Chapter 489. Look, so there are not only creatures of darkness in the realm sea, the aura of celestial kings. They are actually all celestial kings. They seem to be in another space-time, and do not belong to our era. Realm sea. Senior Chu, where did he come from? Looking at the battle in the realm sea, the paragons and true immortal elites of the celestial realm were stunned. Pan King, Hong Tian, and the other celestial kings appeared much calmer, as if they had long known about this. Look. Another person has stepped onto the path of darkness. Another one who is tired of living. It has to be said that this path of darkness is indeed the most difficult to get lost in, but it is also the most dangerous. Sigh, on the path of darkness, there will be another corpse of a celestial king. Chu Bei's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the celestial king elites from the alternate spacetime on both sides of the sea. They all stopped their current battles, and there was a look of amusement on their faces. His aura, I actually cannot see through it. What? Even you cannot see through his cultivation level? In that case, doesn't he already rank as a pseudo-celestial emperor? After a ninth heaven peak stage celestial king spoke, the expressions of the elites from the alternate spacetime changed abruptly, disbelief on their faces. Perhaps he has gone even further than those celestial kings before. That ninth heaven peak stage celestial king spoke again. They were in different spacetime, and mainly treated the realm sea as a battlefield, but they also had a very strong curiosity about this mysterious realm sea. Now, there was a pseudo-celestial emperor stepping onto the path of darkness, and they naturally could not miss this opportunity to follow and explore this mystery. It's him again. At this time, an eighth heaven celestial king cried out in surprise. He had just stopped his battle, and when he saw Chu Bei's appearance clearly, he recognized him at first glance. What? You know him? Quickly tell us where exactly he came from. Which era does he belong to? On the sea, a celestial king from the alternate spacetime asked. This is the second time I have seen him. The last time I saw him, it was in the northern sea, and he killed a pseudo-celestial emperor. When he said this, that eighth heaven celestial king sucked in a cold breath. Who would have thought that when we met this time, he actually came to the path of darkness? Moreover, these two times, he belongs to different space-time. Are you sure? Hearing this, all the elites from the alternate spacetime instantly. There's no mistaking it. The impression he has left on me is too deep. That eighth heaven celestial king was incredibly resolute. How is this possible? Even though we can go against the flow of time, we don't dare step foot into other spacetimes at all. We're deeply afraid that we'll rewrite the history of that spacetime and bring an indelible calamity upon ourselves. According to what I know, there was once a fourth heaven quasi-immortal emperor who reversed time and space and tried to kill his enemy in the cradle. In the end, he drew a great tribulation and was unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If what you said is true, then wouldn't this guy have stepped into two spacetimes, and even killed a half-immortal emperor? With such a terrifying influence, how can he be completely fine? When the experts from another spacetime looked at Chu Bei again, their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Even if that eighth heaven celestial king had repeatedly guaranteed that what he had said was true, this was still hard for them to believe. After all, this had overturned their understanding of the world. Rumble. At some point in time, a storm had been set off on the surface of the sea, and billowing black fog was churning. Chu Bei ignored the celestial king elites from another spacetime on both sides of the sea, and continued to advance along the path of darkness beneath his feet. Above the path of darkness, gales whistled past, destroying all things. The so-called wind was actually a symbol of great Tao, and one could see the rise and fall of various galaxies. However, there was no sign of life, and its might was unparalleled. Chu Bei looked ahead, his hands clasped behind his back as he stepped on the sea and advanced. Hualala. Suddenly, in this sea region called the Path of Darkness, an ancient beast appeared. Its back was covered with bone spikes, and every bone spike was as black as ink. They shot up into the sky, and there were innumerable stars circling around them. It was incredibly ferocious, like a massive flood dragon covered in black scales. Black fog rose and fell in its massive blood-red eyes. Perhaps it had stayed in the path of darkness for too long, and this creature had already lost itself. It opened its bloody mouth, and directly bit at Chu Bei. Facing that flood dragon ancient beast that pounced over, Chu Bei's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even give it a second look, and raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the ancient beast shattered, turning into rolling black fog that dissipated. It wasn't that the flood dragon ancient beast wasn't strong, but rather the opposite. Its cultivation level had already reached the 8th heaven celestial king tier, and it had swallowed innumerable powerful creatures in the realm sea. Even those celestial king tier elites from a different spacetime were most likely no match for it. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target this time. No matter how strong celestial kings were, they were still celestial kings in the end, and there was an insurmountable gulf between them and monarch tiers. But not long after, another figure targeted Chu Bei from the bottom of the sea. This was a draconic person with disheveled hair. He roared, dark fog wrapped around his body, and launched a fierce attack at Chu Bei, suddenly attacking him. His strength was even stronger, his cultivation level already reaching the 9th heaven of the celestial king tier, and was on par with the creature of darkness, Yushan. Unfortunately, he had also lost himself, and only lasted less than 3 seconds in Chu Bei's hands before he was killed. With these two as a warning, those terrifying creatures that had lost themselves in the sea instinctively changed directions, and retreated to the sides, opening up a path for Chu Bei. As expected of an existence that has stepped into that realm, the existences on the path of darkness actually made way for him. If it were us, I'm afraid we would have died in the mouth of the first ancient beast. A group of experts from a different spacetime looked at Chu Bei's back, muttering to themselves with envy in their eyes. Rumble, the waves churned, and the black fog rolled. Chu Bei continued to walk on the waves. Along the way, Chu Bei passed by many islands, and also saw the celestial kings that had mysteriously disappeared from this spacetime. Of course, these islands were not on the path of darkness, but on the sea on both sides of the path of darkness. They were all still alive, each sitting cross-legged on an isolated island. When Chu Bei arrived, they opened their eyes one after another with surprise on their faces. Who is this person? He belongs to our space-time. He didn't come against the river of time. Why haven't I seen him before? Could it be that he's an existence before the age of Emperor collapse? He actually walked along the path of darkness to here. Could it be that in this process, he didn't encounter those terrifying ancient beasts? He couldn't be thinking of entering that ultimate ancient land through the path of darkness, right? On the various islands, ancient celestial kings spoke out one after another. They looked at Chu Bei's back, shock on their faces. In recent days, they could feel that there was a dark storm brewing in the depths of the realm sea, and this mysterious person of unknown origins just happened to be heading alone at this time. Chu Bei's eyes swept over the ancient celestial kings on these islands, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, not stopping at all. After greeting the ancient celestial kings, Chu Bei continued to walk along the path of darkness. Aside from the beginning, there were no other ancient beasts in the sea that blocked Chu Bei's advance. This kind of peace continued until Chu Bei arrived at the depths of the realm sea. Chu Bei stopped advancing, and looked ahead calmly. He saw a waterfall of darkness hanging down from the chaotic sky, like a rolling sea. Looking at the two sides of the path of darkness, the weakest of the elites from a different spacetime that could follow Chu Bei here was already a 7th heaven celestial king. Boom! Chu Bei waved his right hand, and a dazzling white light turned into saber ray. Accompanied by a loud sound, a huge gap was cut open in the waterfall of darkness. It was also at this time that the sky above the waterfall of darkness began to distort. Closely after, one after another, palaces appeared, descending with supreme might. These palaces were connected to each other by divine rainbows. Aside from the soul-stirring black fog that curled around them, there was also a large number of mysterious seals that had the aura of monarch Tao. So there is not only one guidance ancient palace. On the islands, the ancient celestial kings that belonged to this spacetime in the first place stared in shock at those palaces in the sky, and they all sucked in a cold breath. They had never stepped onto the path of darkness, and because of that, it was also the first time that they had seen so many guidance ancient palaces. Kai, Kai. Innumerable creatures of darkness walked out from the various guidance ancient palaces. Their whole bodies were shrouded in black fog, and their eyes were filled with blood-red light. After a mere glance at Chu Bei, it was as if they had found prey, and they charged over crazily. Pseudo-celestial kings were rarely seen in the outside world, but in this guidance ancient palace, they had become ant-like existences. Kill. The densely packed creatures of darkness released gloomy and low shouts. How were these guys born? What is going on with their auras? Could it be that all of this is related to the end of the realm sea? The experts from another spacetime first swept their eyes over the countless guidance ancient palaces, and then looked at the incomparably powerful army of darkness that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and their expressions all changed in shock. As for Chu Bei, he was still incomparably calm, and his expression did not change in the slightest. With a clang, a golden disk appeared above his head, and green divine light gushed out from the disk. Just as the army of darkness was about to drown Chu Bei, the golden disk seemed to have become a terrifying giant mouth that was about to swallow him whole. From the giant mouth, green threads shot out, and the moment they touched the creatures of darkness, they immediately split into several threads that wrapped around them, and then dragged them into the bowl. Catcher! Catcher! In just a short few seconds, these creatures of darkness that were shrouded in black mist released miserable screams, and even a few creatures that were about to give birth to Emperor Dao Aura couldn't escape the disk's devouring. At the same time, a chilling chewing sound came from the center of the disk. The painful screams of the army of darkness became weaker and weaker until they completely disappeared. They all disappeared. Is that his Dao proving Emperor weapon? The experts from another spacetime who followed along the long river of time were all numb at this moment, staring blankly at the path of darkness, their expressions absent-minded. The army of darkness that numbered in the thousands was actually completely devoured by that golden disk in a few breaths of time, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The ancient immortal kings in this spacetime all widened their eyes in shock, their faces full of shock, all of them feeling that this was inconceivable. There were also some bold ones among them, slaughtering their way here in order to pacify the darkness source and resolve any future troubles. However, time was ruthless, and reality was cruel. Only after stepping onto the path of darkness did they understand that with their strength, they really were powerless to defy the heavens. Chapter 490. After dealing with the army of darkness creatures, Chu Bei released several more punches in succession, smashing apart all of the guidance ancient palaces in the sky universe like crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Then, he continued on his way. After passing through the waterfall of darkness, 3 figures appeared in front of him. Look, quickly. It's the 3 of them. Butcher, chicken farmer, and fake medicine seller. They are actually still alive. Furthermore, they have come here. The ancient celestial kings on the island that originally belonged to this space saw the appearance of the 3 figures clearly, and immediately cried out in surprise. Not only them, but Hong Tian, Pan King, and the other celestial kings in the celestial realm also showed expressions of disbelief. No matter which of these 3 beings it was, they had all left behind indelible glorious deeds in the long river of history. Someone else has come. These 3 figures seemed to have noticed something, and opened their eyes at the same time. They were very strong, terrifying celestial light coiling around their physiques. Symbols of great Tao were dazzling, densely packed, and protected their bodies. May I know who you are? Have you also avoided those ancient palaces? The one who spoke was a burly man. He was called Butcher. His skin was bronze, his hair messy, and he carried a bow on his back. The power he exuded was extraordinarily shocking, and could be said to be matchless. Before setting foot in the realm sea, his cultivation level was already 9th heaven celestial king, and now, he was just a little bit away from becoming a half-celestial emperor. Fellow celestial Butcher, this lord has directly come here after destroying all the guidance ancient palaces. Chu Bei did not answer Butcher's question, but there was an ancient celestial king who answered. What? Hearing that ancient celestial king's words, Butcher's eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter whether it was him or the other 2, they had all used ancient techniques to avoid those guidance ancient palaces to come here, because even as strong as they did not have the confidence to defeat those beings in the guidance ancient palaces. You. You are a monarch tier. That being called chicken farmer seemed to have noticed something, and there was a probing tone in her words. She was very delicate and pretty, staring at Chu Bei. Though she looked delicate, no one dared to underestimate her. Faintly, the aura that exuded from her body was not weaker than Butcher's, just that it was too restrained. In ancient times, the reason why she was jokingly called a chicken raiser was because she once raised a flock of true phoenixes in front of her residence. Senior, I've seen you before. I've also seen your disciple, Celestial Emperor Yi. I didn't expect you to come to our space-time. Unlike the previous two, the figure selling fake medicine cupped his fists at Chu Bei with a respectful expression. What? He is Celestial Emperor Yi's master. Are you talking about the quasi-immortal emperor who went against the flow of time to meet us? Hearing that the situation of selling fake medicine had worsened, the butcher and the chicken farmer were shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and they looked at Chu Bei with more respect. I didn't expect you guys to have interacted with little Yi. Chu Bei glanced at the three creatures, his gaze becoming friendly. Senior, are you going to quell the origin of darkness? The butcher, the fake drug seller, and the chicken farmer glanced at each other, then respectfully looked at Chu Bei and asked. Chu Bei nodded slightly and continued forward. Senior, we are willing to follow you. The three creatures immediately spoke. They had waited for hundreds of millions of years, and their goal was to quell the origin of darkness. However, their own strength was not enough. Now that they saw an emperor arrive, they naturally wanted to lend him a hand. I alone am enough. Chu Bei's voice was calm. After sweeping his gaze over the three creatures, he swept his gaze over the experts from the other spacetime and the ancient immortal kings on both sides of the path of darkness. As for you guys, just watch from afar. Senior, I'm afraid you don't know that the existence at the end of the realm sea is also an emperor. The butcher spoke with a solemn expression. It's precisely because I know, so do you think with your strength, you can help me? Chu Bei's lips curled up with a smile. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the three creatures sighed. They were indeed not qualified to participate in the battle between emperors. Perhaps they would be killed by the aftermath before they could even make a move. Senior, are you sure you can do it alone? I wonder where your disciple Celestial Emperor Yi is now. Can you let him go against the river of time to help? The butcher and the other two sighed, their expressions very helpless. They had cultivated for a long time, but in the end, they could only watch this emperor in front of them fight alone. Chu Bei smiled and did not answer, continuing on his journey. The butcher and the other two did not hesitate and immediately followed. As for the experts from the other spacetime and the ancient immortal kings, after hesitating for a moment, they also continued to follow, but they clearly pulled apart the distance. As time passed, Chu Bei gradually walked to the end of the path of darkness, and the rolling black fog disappeared. Boom! The moment Chu Bei stepped out of the path of darkness, a terrifying storm attacked. Countless great Tao symbols swept out, surging with killing intent. Chu Bei did not move at all. A majestic aura seeped out of his body, directly shattering the storm. Is this the end of the path of darkness? At some point, the experts from the other spacetime and the ancient immortal kings also stepped into the path of darkness. After all, in the sea region outside the path of darkness, there were still attacks from terrifying ancient beasts. On the contrary, this path of darkness became incomparably safe because of Chu Bei's existence. The end of the path of darkness was still the realm sea, but the sky above the sea was chaotic and hazy. There was no vitality here, nor was there essence energy circulating. It was lifeless, like a kingdom of death. The most terrifying thing was that the great Tao laws in this sea region were even more strange. Even those as strong as the butcher and the other two also felt an indescribable pressure. Hualala, perhaps because of the arrival of Chu Bei and the others, this originally calm sea region inexplicably surged. Gradually, more and more corpses floated to the surface from the bottom of the sea. They had been silent for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Their bodies released cold light, not moving at all. But those who could reach here were all peak existences among immortal kings, and even some had already comprehended the profound meaning of emperor. Without a doubt, These corpses came here either to explore the end of the realm sea or to quell the source of the darkness. Unfortunately, their strength was not enough, and in the end, they became floating corpses in the realm sea. All of you, hurry and look over there. There is an island floating over. Right at this time, an ancient immortal king cried out in alarm. This was an island that wasn't that large, and it was completely bare. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a person seated on the island. He had turned into flames, and his body no longer existed. Right now, he was releasing an incomparably terrifying might. This aura, it's another DI, Emperor. Is he dead? A half-immortal emperor died. The butcher, fake medicine seller, and the other peak immortal kings sensed this power. When they looked at the figure that turned into flames, their expressions immediately changed. There is another tree. Another ancient immortal king cried out in alarm. When they looked over, there was a damaged willow tree on that island that was about to be completely destroyed. It was only a foot tall, rising and falling in the fiery light that half-immortal emperor turned into. Willow deity. When they saw the willow tree that was on the verge of collapse in the flames, the experts in Realm Sea still didn't show much of a reaction. In Immortal Domain, Shahao cried out, his emotions greatly fluctuating. At the Immortal King level, there were some things that he could already guess a few things. He also knew that the willow deity that protected Stone Village wasn't ordinary. However, he never expected that after 1,000 years, the willow deity actually arrived at the end of the path of darkness, moreover about to have its body and spirit wiped out. Fortunately, there was the fiery light that half-immortal emperor turned into, temporarily entering a state of extinction, not completely withering away. Shahao's figure moved, disappearing from Immortal Domain, appearing above Realm Sea, moving along the path of darkness. Ancestral guardian spirit. It is actually still alive. Only, it is a pity that it is also about to reach its end. The butcher, chicken farmer, Hong Tian, Pan King, and the other ancient immortal kings also recognized the willow tree's origins, their eyes flashing with shock. What exactly did this half-immortal emperor and ancestral guardian spirit encounter? An immortal king muttered to himself. Wong. The moment the immortal king's attention was focused on the flame formed by the half-immortal emperor and the willow tree's body, a strange wong noise sounded from the limits of the primal chaos sea. Immediately afterwards, large amounts of grand and massive buildings floated over, getting closer and closer. It was unknown which great era these buildings were constructed in, their auras majestic, intimidating. Even if it was creatures at the immortal king level, as long as they tried to see what was going on, they would be mysteriously suppressed, unable to help but bow down. Those buildings. Could it be that they are a city? At the end of Realm Sea is a floating city. Could it be that the emperor the creatures of darkness spoke of is there? There are still living existences in that city. While looking at the city that floated over from the distance, the butcher, chicken farmer, fake medicine seller, experts from the other spacetime and ancient immortal kings all revealed expressions of shock. At the same time, vigilance appeared on their faces. This city was incomparably massive, actually having endless stars swirling about it, floating on the sea surface just like that. In its surroundings, surging darkness rose and fell, mists surging. Hong long. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded. A streak of symbols shot out from within the city, floating into the sea. Immediately afterwards, those floating corpses that had been dead for who knew how many millions and millions of years slapped towards Chu Bei. Unfortunately, before these corpses could even touch Chu Bei, they were blasted into ashes by the invisible force around Chu Bei, dissipating with a loud bang. Kai. At this time, the symbols that shot out from within the city suddenly erupted with immortal radiance, and then turned into a demonic dragon, pitch black like an abyss. It roared as it pounced murderously at Chu Bei, erupting with world-shocking might. Nothing more than the manifestation of natural laws. Chu Bei was expressionless, casually reaching out his right hand. Cold white radiance extended from his palm, instantly wrapping around this dark demonic dragon's body. Then, only to see Chu Bei's right hand clench slightly, that cold white radiance that wrapped around the dark demonic dragon like a spider web suddenly contracted. Then, one could only hear a miserable dragon roar. Roar. The dragon roar shook the heavens, the sea surface even exploding. This primal chaos realm sea was trembling. It erupted with the power of a quasi-immortal emperor, struggling to break free from the white radiance for a short period of time. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei was indifferent. He leaned forward and reached out his hand. This time, he directly suppressed it with the golden disc. The dark demonic dragon roared, frantically struggling with its huge body. Unfortunately, no matter how it released the might of a quasi-immortal emperor, it was still unable to break through the golden disc above it. Bang! In the end, the dark demonic dragon exploded. Black blood soared like a volcano erupting. Quasi-immortal emperor natural laws wreaked havoc, even blasting away the chaotic mist above the sea surface. A demonic dragon with the aura of an emperor. Is that formed from the runes created by the emperor of the dark creatures? An emperor, what kind of existence is that? Looking at the dark demonic dragon that had been blasted into nothingness, the expressions of the immortal kings suddenly changed, and their gazes once again turned towards the mysterious city. Chapter 491. It took this emperor hundreds of millions of years to bring out these powerful people. But just now, you killed all of them and even killed this emperor's guardian beast. You deserve to die. Suddenly, an ancient and oppressive low voice sounded in this chaotic Star Island domain. This voice was untraceable, but it also seemed to be everywhere. It sounded clearly in everyone's mind, causing them to feel a chill down their spine. Who's talking? The immortal kings were shocked. They released their divine senses to the maximum, but they couldn't detect anything. Then, they all looked in the direction of the city, their expressions becoming more and more solemn and vigilant. You don't have the qualifications to say such words to me. Chu Bei was silent. He only looked forward with an incomparably calm gaze. How dare you? Two cold syllables echoed. That voice was too terrifying. The next moment, under the gazes of countless immortal kings, a blurry figure appeared above the city. Although they couldn't see the appearance of this figure clearly, it gave them the feeling of a peerless emperor looking directly at it. He floated above the city and swept his cold gaze across the group of immortal kings. The aura he unintentionally released caused them to tremble. It was as if the soul of an existence as strong as an immortal king would be turned to dust with a single thought. Is he the emperor that those creatures of darkness are talking about? It must be him. Is he the owner of this city? Could it be that the source of the dark matter is in this city? The group of immortal kings guessed the origin of that blurry figure, and fear appeared on their faces. They all retreated into the distance immediately. As for Chu Bei, he was still calm when he met the gaze of the Dark Emperor. His purple robe fluttered, and an invincible aura that looked down on all eternity flowed. Do you see that ball of flame? He was a quasi-immortal emperor like us and crossed the sea from the age of emperor collapse. What's laughable is that he actually threatened to suppress the source of the darkness and was stubborn, so he died. The blurry figure above the city spoke in a cold voice. You are the same as him. You are destined to die here. What? That being who crossed the sea in the age of emperor collapse? Could it be that he's the quasi-immortal emperor who left the first set of footprints on the dam? As expected, he really died. Could it be that Senior will also have the same ending? Hearing the blurry figure's words, the group of immortal kings looked at the human-shaped flame. At the same time, their eyes were filled with respect and pity. In order to quell the chaos of darkness, this quasi-immortal emperor had set out on his own, but in the end, he had fallen. You're saying that I'm a quasi-immortal emperor like you? Chu Bei smiled. Then, he glanced at the blurry figure above the city and said, ask them to come out as well. It saves me the trouble of killing them one by one. After saying that, the golden disc returned to Chu Bei's back and released a blinding golden light, instantly illuminating the entire chaotic Star Island domain. The sinister black fog disappeared, making it look extremely holy. Them? Could it be that the darkness creatures have more than one emperor? When they heard Chu Bei's words, all the immortal kings were stunned, and then they glanced at each other with surprise. You think too highly of yourself. Above the city, the blurry figure grunted coldly, and it carried killing intent. As soon as he shouted coldly, boundless dark symbols surged from his body. After that, an enormous black palm that was almost shriveled up swiftly and heavily slapped towards Chu Bei, and it carried the monstrous might of an emperor. If one looked carefully, there were actually stars revolving within the terrifying palm. Rivers of stars surged, a region of stars opened up, and chaos coiled around it. There was even a path of reincarnation that was faintly discernible. Chu Bei smiled and was fearless. His purple clothes fluttered, and he clenched his fist and smashed it out. His fist didn't look large, but it emanated gorgeous light and supreme energy interweaved. It was like the creation of the world, and it carried boundless might of an emperor. Bang! A world-shocking collision caused the entire chaotic star island to wail and tremble. The path of darkness collapsed completely, and the sky cracked apart, forming a boundless storm of darkness. Terrifying collision shockwaves rippled outwards. In that city that had existed for millions and millions of years, ancient palaces collapsed one after another, giant rocks flying everywhere, thick pillars breaking apart, darkness immortal gold tiles scattering in all directions. Even though this city was protected by a supreme emperor formation, it still couldn't escape the fate of collapsing into ruins and floating in the sea. The first clash between two supreme experts that carried the aura of emperors shook the entire Tianyu realm sea. Is this a battle of emperors? The hearts of all the immortal kings palpitated, especially the experts who were watching the battle from the other spacetime. The river of time beneath their feet seemed to have been cut off. My name is Emperor Kang. A low and hoarse voice rang out. The blurry figure took a step forward and stomped down heavily. The surging black fog in the surroundings dispersed. His figure couldn't be considered tall and sturdy, and could even be described as skinny. His blood-red eyes were like two red lights, or it could be said that they were more like two red lanterns on the path of death, incomparably terrifying. His sharp gaze was enough to tear apart immortal kings. The emperor clothes he wore were old and ancient. When worn on his bony figure, they seemed loose and plump. On his head, there was an emperor crown that flowed with 9-colored brilliance. There was a faint black energy flow that curled about, strange and terrifying. Chu Bei indifferently glanced at Emperor Kang. His body didn't move, his black hair fluttering about, his eyes becoming increasingly fierce. What a pity, lamentable, lamentable. Emperor Kang shook his head, his sigh fading. With a dang-lang sound, a black bone club that was shining appeared in his hand. This was a half-immortal emperor-level weapon. The end of the club had the manifestation of a star domain, smashing towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei's expression still didn't change at all, calm and collected. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding supreme power formed a thin sword. Resplendent sword radiance illuminated this primal chaos realm sea, especially dazzling. Chu Bei held the sword in his hand, divine radiance flowing about, as if an immortal emperor had descended into the world of mortals, possessing an unmatched aura. A sword brandished out, facing Emperor Kang. Hong! The two collided, erupting with mysterious symbols, hacking apart the sky dome, severing the long river of time, turning this instant into eternity. After millions and millions of years, I finally encountered someone who can make me attack to my heart's content. However, what a pity, your ending is destined to be the same as his. Emperor Kang looked coldly at Chu Bei, at the same time pointing at that flame, saying this. Nothing more than an ant. Chu Bei's lips carried a smile, his expression calm and composed. Truly arrogant. Emperor Kang released a cold snort. He opened his mouth, spitting out a 9-colored pagoda. It quickly enlarged, suppressing towards Chu Bei. The scene was terrifying, carrying the power of time, swirling about with supreme power of natural laws, blasting forward. Wong wong wong, Chu Bei didn't reply, only the golden disc behind him trembled. The mouth of the bowl turned into a pool of laws, producing all things, the laws of the heavens appearing, protecting Chu Bei, making him impervious to all methods. The 9-colored pagoda smashed down. The golden disc met it head-on, surging with immeasurable immortal emperor power, blasting the former aside. Hong long long. A true great battle was about to erupt. Emperor Kang and Chu Bei's hands continuously formed supreme seals, attacking each other. This was a battle between emperors. The spectating immortal kings continuously pulled apart the distance. Even though they were supreme experts themselves, they still couldn't block the might of the aftershocks. Gradually, this chaotic Star Island domain became chaotic. The two figures opened up their own battlefield, weaving about in the long river of time, fighting fiercely. Kill. Above the chaotic realm sea, the two figures continuously changed, opening up brand new worlds one after another. This terrifying and intense battle went on for who knew how long. The two figures broke through the primal chaos, collapsing the sky dome, even the realm sea sinking. Finally, the space between Emperor Kang's brows exploded, pierced through by the thin sword in Chu Bei's hand. The tip of the sword released resplendent light that illuminated the past, present, and future, peerless. That Emperor of the creatures of darkness is bleeding. Senior Chu has the advantage. In that case, Senior really might be able to eradicate the source of darkness. It's extremely difficult to kill even people of our cultivation realm, let alone those high and mighty emperors. Speaking of which, from the looks of it, although that Emperor of the creatures of darkness is bleeding, it's probably impossible for Senior Chu to kill him. The Butcher, the ancient immortal king, and the other experts from the other spacetime were shocked. They looked at Chu Bei with even more respect. I've lost. Emperor Kang's injuries instantly healed. He looked at Chu Bei in a daze, and then laughed somewhat crazily. You're very strong, you shouldn't have come now. Perhaps after a period of seclusion, you might really be able to suppress this place. How long are you going to watch from the sidelines? With that, Emperor Kang turned his head and looked behind him. His eyes narrowed, and a beam of light shot into the depths of the sea. Be careful. At this moment, a weak voice sounded in the minds of all the cultivators in this sea region. It's that quasi-immortal emperor from the age of Emperor Kalap. Could it be that he's not completely dead yet? Billions of years have passed, but that quasi-immortal emperor still retains his divine sense. What exactly did he experience back then? The butcher, the chicken farmer, and the other immortal kings all looked at the human-shaped flame on the island. At some point, an illusory face had actually appeared in that human-shaped flame, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amidst the rumbling, a purple-gold path appeared at the end of the chaotic Star Island domain, rumbling. All kinds of avatars appeared around it. There were golden lotuses circling around it, and divine birds flying in the air. Under the gazes of all the immortal kings, a living being walked over on the path. He wore a purple-gold crown and had a tall figure. All kinds of seals surrounded him, and the oppressive aura he released with each step was suffocating. This was a quasi-immortal emperor weaker than Emperor Kang, and he had descended on the battlefield just like that. There's more than one emperor of the creatures of darkness. Looking at the newly appeared being wearing a purple-gold crown, the immortal kings gasped and instinctively retreated into the distance. Chapter 492. Grey Emperor, I already don't remember how many great eras have passed, yet I still haven't seen you suffer a single defeat. In Realm C, the purple-crowned creature spoke, his voice rumbling, accompanied by the power of time, as if it came from millions and millions of years ago. Grand Emperor, why don't you try fighting him alone? Grey Emperor sneered, his face carrying displeasure. Grand Emperor was also at the third-level half-immortal Emperor realm. Purple energy overflowed into the heavens, great Tao symbols interweaving as his eyes swirled about. His aura wasn't weaker than Grey Emperor's in the slightest. The aura from his mouth and nose naturally swirled about, making the Star River Realm Sea crack apart. Sleeping through the endless ages, are you someone who came later, or were you born when primal chaos first opened like us? Grand Emperor looked towards Chu Bei, incomparably calm. Chu Bei calmly looked at Grand Emperor, a smile on the corners of his lips, not saying anything. Just like that person, you don't understand heaven's mysteries, stubbornly clinging to your own course. I can only send you on your way. Just like Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor also reached out a finger, pointing at the half-immortal spirit that turned into flames, his eyes cold. Feather Emperor, stop sleeping. Let's take action together to avoid any accidents. Grand Emperor looked in another direction. Purple energy surged for millions and millions of li, as if it surrounded the entire realm sea. "Disturbing my sleep, you deserve death." As Grand Emperor's voice sounded, in the northern limits, a low voice sounded, shaking up heaven and earth. Then, a wave of powerful killing energy surged. Blazing radiance filled the heavens, divine and resplendent, illuminating the endless ages. Emperor Might appeared. Another peerless being was born. They only saw a dazzling ancient war chariot that swirled with brilliance, suppressing heaven and earth. The war chariot rumbled with noise. 9 ancient beasts rushed over, appearing at Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor's side. These 9 ancient beasts all released endless might, every single one of their horns sinister, scales thick. They looked like true dragons, but they also weren't, belonging to a desolate ancient race that had never been seen before. Hong. Following an explosive noise, the war chariot exploded, turning into a divine rain of light that pervaded the air. This was a creature with divine wings on its back, similarly a half-immortal emperor. 3 darkness emperors. No wonder that Emperor Great One from the Age of Emperor collapse would nurse a grievance here. The creatures of darkness have 3 great emperors, how could he face them all? That's right. Those who can cultivate to this level are all the strongest experts of their epoch. Who would be weaker than another? Even though Senior defeated Emperor Kang just now, the creatures of darkness have 3 emperors on their side. He's in a bad situation. Looking at the 3 half-immortal emperors of the darkness creatures, the group of ancient immortal kings' expressions were incomparably ugly, extremely heavy. The so-called Dark Age, is this all you're doing? We've always minded our own business. Why are you doing this? The butcher spoke in a low voice. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Grand Emperor spoke, his voice cold. Purple energy surged from his entire body. As soon as Cold in the Forest finished speaking, a terrifying and majestic pressure enveloped the butcher. As he opened and closed his eyes, the sky cracked and countless stars turned into dust. Puff! The butcher immediately let out a shrill cry and spat out blood. If it weren't for Chu Bei shaking off the emperor's pressure in time, the butcher would have probably been turned into nothingness and disappeared from this world. The butcher retreated to the side, unwillingness on his face, but he didn't dare to speak again. Just now, he truly felt the terror of a half-immortal emperor. Even though he had faintly touched that realm, he still wasn't. In front of a true half-immortal emperor, he was no different from an ant. That dark matter is summoning our people. If they are fated, they will be guided over. Unfortunately, there are too few fated ones. Emperor Kang spoke, his long grey hair scattered. Speaking up to here, Emperor Kang's gaze became cold, fixed on Chu Bei's body. And you actually slaughtered all the fated ones in one go. Fortunately, there are quite a few of these fellows following you, so they can make up for some of the losses. Hearing Emperor Kang's words, the group of ancient immortal kings inexplicably shivered. Even the experts from the other spacetime had a bad premonition in their hearts. However, before they could react, Emperor Kang's hands intertwined as if he was performing some kind of terrifying emperor divine ability. Rumble. In the next moment, with a loud sound, a dark cage fell from the collapsed sky. Not good. The expressions of the experts from the other spacetime changed drastically. The moment the dark cage appeared, the long river of time under their feet was directly cut off. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't go against the flow of time and return to their own spacetime. In short, they were forced to stay in this spacetime by the dark cage above their heads. The ancient immortal kings who originally belonged to this spacetime also showed a terrified expression. When the dark cage fell, they were imprisoned and couldn't escape. What are you trying to do? We don't belong to the same spacetime. Aren't you afraid of karma by doing this? The experts from the other spacetime stared at Emperor Kang and questioned one after another. Karma? What a joke. If you were also emperors, perhaps this emperor would be somewhat afraid. But, a mere immortal king, even if there is karma, this emperor has nothing to fear. Emperor Kang sneered, his cold eyes disdainfully sweeping across the experts from the other spacetime. Damn it. Are we really going to stay here? We've become the so-called dark creatures. Hearing Emperor Kang's words, The experts from the other spacetime looked even more unsightly. Master, is Willow Deity still doing well? On the collapsed path of darkness, Shahao hurried over, his voice carrying worry. I've seen you before in the great river of time. An unknown seed of disaster, you should be killed. When he saw Shahao, Grand Emperor immediately frowned. He directly attacked, a large hand slapping towards Shahao from the distance, ruthless and cold, wishing to wipe out his soul and flesh. Are you ignoring this one? Chu Bei's voice was indifferent. With a raise of his hand, an expanse of white radiance surrounded Shahao, wrapping around him, easily stopping that large hand's strike. Then I'll just kill you first. With a honglong noise, Emperor Kang took action again. His right fist clenched, directly smashing towards Chu Bei. Layer after layer of fist imprints overlapped, the aura incomparably terrifying. Chu Bei's face didn't show any fear. The thin sword in his hands brandished, sword radiance shooting in all directions, blasting the fist imprints that wrapped around countless stars into pieces. At the same time, Feather Emperor also took action. He floated above the 9 ancient divine beasts, the divine wings behind him moving, auspicious multicolored light surging. The Emperor's spear in his hands pierced out, his target aimed at Chu Bei. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, or Feather Emperor, they were all existences that towered at the peak of this world. Meanwhile, right now, they worked together, surrounding and attacking Chu Bei together. Under incomparable heaven-shocking explosions, the 4 figures blasted apart this primal chaos sea until the heavens collapsed and seas split apart, many star domains evaporating, turning into nothingness. Primal chaos surged crazily, as if they returned to the age when primal chaos first opened. On the battlefield, Chu Bei suffered the joint attacks of 3 half-immortal emperors, but from his calm appearance, it didn't seem like it was strenuous at all, to the extent where he was even handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. At the same cultivation realm, fighting 1 against 3, not at all inferior. While watching the intense battle, the experts from the other spacetime and the ancient immortal kings all became numb. Then, a look of hope appeared in their eyes. Senior Chu really is unmatched in the same cultivation realm. No wonder he could produce a disciple like Heavenly Emperor Yi. But in the end, he is still just one person. If we can also enter the half-immortal emperor realm, how great would that be? The butcher, chicken farmer, fake medicine seller, the 3 peak immortal kings looked at each other, releasing sighs of admiration. In immortal domain, Hong Tian, Pan King and the other immortal kings stared blankly at the scene in the sky dome, their eyes filled with disbelief. When they saw that the creatures of darkness had 3 half-immortal emperors, their hearts immediately sunk to the bottom. In their opinion, no matter how strong this senior Chu was, there was no way he could be the opponent of 3 half-immortal emperors. His final conclusion might very well be the same as that half-immortal emperor from the Age of Emperor collapse, nursing a grievance here. However, what they didn't expect was that even though they were at the same cultivation realm, their senior Great One still wasn't at a disadvantage. If this disciple was given a few more years, this disciple would be able to fight side by side with your respected self. Shahao looked at Chu Bei, who was continuously changing positions on the battlefield, his fists tightly clenching. His face surged with strong battle intent, but also a bit of helplessness. Hong Long Long. On the battlefield, all types of unmatched emperor techniques appeared. Chu Bei fought a great battle against Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor and Feather Emperor alone, the battle incredibly intense, already reaching its climax. If not for the 4 of them opening up a new battlefield above Primal Chaos Realm C, perhaps even those ancient immortal kings and experts from the other spacetime in the darkness prison would have already died, their Tao erased. It wasn't that these immortal kings were weak, but rather that the shockwaves of a half-immortal emperor battle really were too terrifying. It was far from what immortal kings could endure. Meanwhile, at this time, Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor and Feather Emperor also became more and more alarmed as they fought, their expressions becoming increasingly grave and ugly. The 3 of them already joined hands, displaying all types of emperor techniques, but they still couldn't kill this emperor of unknown origins. The other party's power didn't originate from the same source as theirs, extremely strange. They had never come into contact with it before. The longer the battle went on, the more resolute Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor's eyes became. They had to kill Chu Bei, or else the other party would become a great disaster for them. It was also at this moment that the barren island floating on the surface of the chaotic realm sea suddenly started shaking violently. Hurry and look at that island. Could it be that the half-immortal emperor from the era of emperor collapse is still alive? In the darkness prison, an ancient immortal king noticed the abnormality of the island and cried out in alarm. Boom! Just as more and more ancient immortal kings and experts from the other spacetime cast their gazes towards that island, an explosive sound came from the island. Then, flames overflowed into the sky, burning fiercely, illuminating the entire primal chaos realm sea. There were even flames that penetrated into the battlefield of Chu Bei, Grey Emperor, and the other two. It's really difficult to die completely. Did he come back to life again? Hearing the commotion, Grand Emperor, Grey Emperor, and Feather Emperor glanced at the island, their expressions even more unsightly. Fellow immortal, I can still help a little. Amidst the rumbling, an ethereal voice came from the island. Looking over, not only was the human-shaped flame on the island even more intense, the broken willow tree in the flames also grew again, rapidly growing stronger. Stop it! In the battlefield, Grand Emperor shouted. Almost at the same time, Grand Emperor, Grey Emperor, and Feather Emperor gave up on attacking Chu Bei and turned to attack that island. Chapter 493. Are you all looking down on this great one? His voice carrying a smile echoed through the primal chaos void. Chu Bei brandished his sword, powerfully stopping Grand Emperor and the other two. Damn it! Truly troublesome. Under Chu Bei's pressure, Grand Emperor and the other two had no choice but to give up on attacking that island. Gradually, the human-shaped fiery light became more and more solid. That willow tree also glowed with new life, dark green and flourishing, carrying surging life aura. Under the eyes of the immortal kings, the two began to merge. When they completely fused together, a huge wave of quasi-immortal emperor pressure burst out. At this moment, that half-immortal emperor from the age of emperor collapse who nursed a grievance merged with willow deity, releasing an aura that wasn't inferior to Grand Emperor and Feather Emperor's aura. When we were in Stone Village, I thought you were only an immortal king. Who would have thought that you were actually an emperor? This was willow deity who spoke. Is the emperor you speak of a half-immortal emperor? After Chu Bei blasted Grey Emperor back with a fist, he turned around to give willow deity a look, chuckling, and then nodded, indicating that this was his greeting. Willow deity, are you okay? Shahao called out. I won't die for now. Willow deity looked towards Shahao, eyes carrying gratification. The two of us together can only help you stop one of them, and the time is limited. This time, the one who spoke was that half-immortal emperor from the age of emperor collapse, speaking to Chu Bei. When his voice fell, the two merged into a scarlet-red willow tree appeared on the battlefield. This emperor will suppress you all one more time, Feather Emperor shouted, breaking away from his battle with Chu Bei, raising the war spear and slaughtering his way towards the scarlet-red willow tree. Back then, when we fought one-on-one, I wasn't weaker than you. An ice-cold and overcast voice sounded. The scarlet-red willow tree swayed, carrying primal chaos and endless blazing fiery light. Several primal chaos willow branches shot out, sweeping towards Feather Emperor. Fight! The scarlet-red willow tree and Feather Emperor interweaved together, both sides not holding back, both of them using their most powerful precious techniques, fighting incomparably intensely. As for the other side of the battlefield, without Emperor Yu, Grand Emperor and Emperor Kang clearly felt the pressure on their bodies rise sharply. In an instant, they were forced to retreat bit by bit, and could only be in a defensive state. Chu Bei's attacks were truly too ferocious. Before the first wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The vast chaotic realm sea was in turmoil under the impact of the 5 great emperors. The ancient beasts in the sea below had either died or fled. The emperor's aura surged into the sky, surging endlessly. As time passed, the crimson willow's figure began to fade, as if it was slowly disappearing. When they looked at Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor again, these two individuals were already coughing out blood, beaten back step after step by Chu Bei. From time to time, there would be areas that would explode, turning into a rain of great Tao light. Emperor Yu, come and help. Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor's auras became chaotic. They had already begun to burn their blood essence to block Chu Bei's attacks. Hearing this, Feather Emperor frowned. He also wanted to immediately go and help. However, his battle wasn't over yet. He couldn't get away, and he was powerless. Pu. Grey Emperor coughed out blood. His chest was pierced through by Chu Bei's sword. The flesh there exploded, bones releasing pi-pa sounds, black blood scattering out. Sacrifice all things. Grand Emperor roared out. His entire body released dark light, distorting space, making the primal chaos collapse, turning into his source power. The wings on his back swirled with yin and yang energies, producing the divine abilities of the Kuan Peng, True Phoenix, Lightning Emperor, and other heavenly experts. At this moment, Grand Emperor's wings were like heaven and earth's black and white, yin and yang, the embodiment of two opposing sides, the power matchless. Peng. However, when Grand Emperor's killing move had just been activated, it was hacked apart by Chu Bei's sword. Immediately afterwards, following a low noise, Grand Emperor's wings were blasted flying, badly mangled. It was a ghastly sight. Above the chaotic realm sea, on an independent battlefield, black clouds surged, the heavenly dome cracked, countless stars collapsing. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out continuously. This was the scarlet willow tree formed by that half-immortal emperor from the Age of Emperor collapse who merged with Willow Deity, fighting a great battle against Feather Emperor. The battle became more and more intense. Perhaps because it had been fighting for a long time, the scarlet willow tree gradually became transparent. Let's see just how much longer you two can hold on for. Back then, you weren't my match. Now, with just a strand of your soul and a ruined willow tree, you still vainly wish to stop me. Feather Emperor was truly angered, darkness force surging around his body. He was extremely strong, the most powerful of the three half-immortal emperors. When the deep and cold voice sounded, the war spear in Feather Emperor's hand stabbed out, the spearhead piercing through countless star domains, instantly appearing in front of the scarlet willow tree. You still have the face to bring up the events of the past. Truly laughable. The scarlet willow tree released a cold snort. Its body that was already becoming transparent shone with vitality again. Primal chaos branches lashed out, striking the spear. Kung Chong noises rang out, releasing dazzling light. At the same time, raging flames turned into divine chains of order, smashing murderously towards Feather Emperor's true body. This time, I will definitely make you all truly die. The divine wings behind Feather Emperor moved, powerful winds sweeping about. Perhaps I will reach the end, but you will die before me. The scarlet willow deity released a laugh. When he heard this, Feather Emperor's brows furrowed tightly, looking towards the other battlefield. Over there, Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor's bodies continuously exploded and recombined, aura fluctuations becoming more and more chaotic. Feather Emperor, when exactly are you going to come and help? In that battlefield, Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor's voices sounded, carrying worry and fear. From a normal perspective, at their level, there was already no such thing as death. However, if millions and millions of them were killed, their Emperor source would still be exhausted. At that time, they would truly die. Meanwhile, when Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor faced Chu Bei, they couldn't help but shiver inwardly. This type of feeling was as if death was already waving at them. We can't drag things out any longer. I must ask World Eradication Senior to take action. Grey Emperor was blasted into a bloody paste by Chu Bei's fist again. After recombining, he immediately pulled apart the distance between him and Chu Bei, moreover looking towards Grand Emperor. The two exchanged a look, communicating through their eyes, as if they reached a unanimous decision. Then, their hands formed strange unmatched purple-red imprints at the same time. Honglong. As the two purple-red imprints entered the limits of primal chaos realm C, a terrifying noise sounded from the limits of realm C. At the same time, dazzling and resplendent radiance erupted. Right at this moment, in that deathly still sea region, the eyelids of a ruined corpse that was originally floating on the surface of the sea moved, slowly opening its eyes. We are all the same type of people, so why is there a need to kill each other? Why bother? Immediately afterwards, the ruined corpse released a voice, ringing through the entire Realm Sea, sinister and overcast. At the limits of primal chaos Realm Sea, it was cold and desolate. Since the Age of Emperor collapse, there had been no sound for millions and millions of years. However, when this voice sounded, heaven-shocking changes happened. The brilliance released by that ruined corpse's eyes had stellar streams appearing, star domains interweaving. Just the Emperor force carried by the eyes was already comparable to or even greater than the most powerful attacks of Grand Emperor and the others, extremely intimidating. Hualala, primal chaos realm sea seemed to have completely exploded. Not only did it surge violently, crazy winds even swept about the sea surface, to the extent where raging black flames curled about. Above the sea surface, countless brownish-purple lightning exploded in the darkness, all types of terrifying irregular scenes appearing. Could it be that there are even more powerful emperors on the side of the creatures of darkness? It seems to be related to the seals released by Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor. Moreover, from the way they address him, the seniority of the one who spoke is even above theirs. How could it be like this? The current situation is already very confusing. If the one who spoke joins in, Senior Lord will be in danger. The group of immortal kings in the darkness cage immediately focused their eyes towards the end of primal chaos realm sea, all of their expressions incomparably grave. Senior World Annihilation, we have no intention of disturbing your rest. Right now, we really have no other choice, please don't blame us. Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor immediately cupped their fists towards the end, their words incomparably respectful. It looks like a ruined corpse. No. It's a living creature. The butcher, the chicken farmer, the fake medicine seller, and the other extreme immortal kings seem to have seen something clearly, crying out in alarm. At this level, what is there for you to be reluctant to part with? Is it worth it to kill each other for a group of ants? You have to know that we are the same kind of people. At the end of primal chaos realm sea, a gloomy and low voice drifted over again, shaking everyone's hearts. At this moment, the ruined corpse on the sea surface at the end slowly got up, coldly looking in the direction of Chu Bei, Grand Emperor, and the others. Its withered body began to radiate vitality, showing signs of life. Upon closer inspection, it only had one leg and one arm. The hair on its head was withered and yellow like wild grass, giving one a feeling of having experienced the vicissitudes of time. Wang. It was only to see the ruined corpse raise its single arm and point towards the north. With a wong sound, in a bloody ancient land, an arm rose into the air, connecting with the ruined corpse's body, completely recombining. At almost the same time, great waves surged into the heavens in the south. A severed leg carried blood as it tore through the sky, also recombining with the ruined corpse. In just a few short seconds, the ruined corpse's body became complete. As its body recovered, its robes fluttered, erupting with heaven-overflowing black mist. In an instant, the entire realm sea was covered by black clouds. That was darkness source energy that was dense to the point where it couldn't be dispersed. This was a grey-robed elder. His figure was withered and tall, but his eyes were incomparably brilliant, dazzling and terrifying. Here. Under the shocked gazes of the group of immortal kings, the grey-robed elder took a step out, bringing boundless pressure with him, directly descending on the battlefield Chu Bei was in. The seawater below directly exploded, forming a vacuum zone. His aura is indeed above Grey Emperor, Feather Emperor, and the others. The grey-robed elder appeared in the battlefield. The butcher, chicken farmer, and the other immortal kings also truly sensed the former's terrifying aura. Their expressions suddenly changed, becoming ugly to the extreme. The crimson willow turned into a human form, frowning. This grey-robed elder who suddenly appeared, the power of darkness within his body was really too vast, even surpassing Grey Emperor, Feather Emperor, and Grand Emperor combined. As for Chu Bei, his expression still didn't change much, only calmly shooting a glance at the grey-robed elder. Senior World Devastator, Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor immediately arrived in front of the grey-robed elder, incomparably polite. You don't need to say it, I also know the purpose of his trip this time. The grey-robed elder glanced at Grey Emperor and the other two, nodding slightly in greeting. Then, his gaze fixed on Chu Bei's body. As the elder's voice fell, with himself as the center, a powerful might rippled out, oppressing Realm C until it was turbulent. Monstrous waves surged into the sky, pervading the universe. In an instant, the boundless Realm C was filled with the power of darkness, becoming even darker. Chapter 494. World Eradication Senior is the #1 emperor when primal chaos first opened. Even we are still latecomers before him, we need to show him respect. On the battlefield, Grey Emperor looked coldly at Chu Bei, releasing a cold snort. When you see him, shouldn't you be greeting him? Ever since the grey-robed elder arrived, regardless of whether it was Grey Emperor, Feather Emperor, or Grand Emperor, the restraining fear they originally felt towards Chu Bei completely disappeared, as if they found a backer. What? He is the #1 emperor when primal chaos first opened. Could it be that this elder already stands at the peak of emperor level? Inside the darkness prison, when the immortal kings heard Grey Emperor's words, their eyes immediately revealed deep shock. The #1 emperor when primal chaos first opened, it really was too terrifying. The butcher, chicken farmer, fake medicine seller, and Shahao exchanged a look. When they looked towards Chu Bei again, worry appeared in their eyes. It was because this grey-robed elder's background really was too terrifying. Nothing more than a 9th-layer half-immortal emperor. Chu Bei sized up the grey-robed elder, his voice calm. The so-called primal chaos first opened is nothing more than the primal chaos of this world. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that there is an even greater world? When he heard Chu Bei's words, Grand Emperor frowned. Chu Bei gave Grand Emperor an indifferent look, not replying. Indeed, in the end, I am still stuck at this cultivation realm, to the extent where I haven't even reached the consummate level, let alone crossing that final threshold. I have tried before, but I failed, defeated extremely miserably. I am only a step ahead of you all, standing at the 9th layer. The grey-robed elder's eyes swept over Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, and the other two, his expression as if he was reminiscing about the past, releasing a deep sigh. 9th layer half-immortal emperor? Failed. What is the so-called threshold? Could it be that their emperor realm really isn't a perfect emperor realm? Otherwise, why would they use the word half? But isn't this elder the #1 emperor when primal chaos first opened? Even his cultivation path hasn't reached its end yet. When they heard the grey-robed elder's words, including the butcher, Hong Tian, Shahao, and the other immortal kings looked at each other in dismay, their eyes carrying a bit of confusion and bewilderment, vaguely carrying suspicions. My name is Old Man Annihilation. You can be like them and call me Senior Annihilation. Let's end today's battle here. In the future, join them and search for the true path to becoming an emperor in the darkness. The grey-robed old man looked at Chu Bei and said calmly, "You are the same as them. You have already lost your humanity." Chu Bei looked at the grey-robed elder, shook his head, and sighed. Devoid of humanity? This is truly the biggest joke I've heard in 1,000,000,000 years. For you to be able to step foot into this realm, you must have experienced enough time, witnessing the changes of one epoch after another. The grey-robed elder's robes fluttered as he calmly looked at Chu Bei. The so-called emotions and desires should have been given up long ago. The great Tao is heartless. In order to reach the highest peak, you and I can only sever our emotions. If you can't let go, how can you step into the true emperor realm? Or perhaps, you haven't experienced enough time and your heart hasn't experienced enough. When you truly sever your emotions and look back, you will understand that only my Tao is eternal. Billions of years ago, which of the three of them didn't have a large number of descendants and established an everlasting great sect? But in the end, what happened? Those were just illusions. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. In the end, they all got over it and personally buried their own clans. The grey-robed elder pointed at Emperor Kang, Emperor Grand, and Emperor Yu as he spoke slowly. Then why haven't you broken through that threshold after severing your emotions and destroying your humanity? Chu Bei let out a cold laugh. There are still too few living beings that have been destroyed. The darkness source isn't condensed enough. The grey-robed elder spoke. Darkness source. I came here this time to destroy it. Chu Bei glanced at the grey-robed elder indifferently. Senior annihilation, don't try to persuade him anymore. He is not on the same path as us. It's useless. Emperor Kang cupped his fists. Forget it, forget it. The grey-robed old man sighed. As he opened and closed his eyes, a soul-stirring power circulated within them. Two beams of light shot towards Chu Bei and the crimson willow tree. Wherever they passed, the darkness was instantly illuminated. The crimson-red willow tree was the first to let out a painful cry. Under the gaze, the half-immortal emperor from the Age of Emperor collapse separated from the willow deity. Soon, the former turned back into a human-shaped flame, the latter also turned back into a pale white willow tree. Looking back at Chu Bei, his originally incomparably terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. The surface of his body began to release a faint rainbow light. The so-called rainbow wasn't just a simple common color, but tens of thousands of different colors intertwined. Although his aura had disappeared, the beam of light from the grey-robed old man's eyes did not cause any harm to him. That half-immortal emperor from the Age of Emperor collapse, after merging with the ancestral guardian spirit, could fight against Emperor Yu. But facing this grey-robed elder, he couldn't even take a single gaze. The first emperor from the beginning of the primal chaos. Who can beat him? Didn't you see? Senior Chu is fine. In the darkness cage, the group of immortal king experts stared blankly at the battlefield. After seeing Willow Deity's miserable state, their faces carried sympathy, but when they saw Chu Bei, their eyes surged with shock, and even more so with joy. World Annihilation Senior, why did he, Grey Emperor, Feather Emperor, and Grand Emperor stared fixedly at Chu Bei? Even those as powerful as them were at a loss. The grey-robed elder was silent, only the aura in his gaze became more and more terrifying, stirring up the entire realm sea's darkness power. However, Chu Bei was still safe and sound. The grey-robed elder frowned. His gaze was already enough to kill a sixth-layer half-immortal emperor. However, the other party was completely fine. What made him feel especially strange was that even though the other party's aura fluctuation disappeared, his intuition warned him that this person couldn't be underestimated. Something is strange. He couldn't see what was going on. Then, the grey-robed elder muttered, "Hong long long." However, right when the grey-robed elder was about to directly rush up and attack, an incomparably massive great river of time surged over, extending into the battlefield. Then, at the limits of the great river, three figures appeared, instantly appearing above the battlefield. These three creatures arrived while treading on the great river of time. They were in another spacetime, but regardless of which one it was, their auras were all far stronger than those experts from the other spacetime in the darkness cage. There are people coming from downstream. There are even three of them. Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor frowned. The great river of time surged, countless time fragments surging. Three streaks of rainbow light flew over from downstream. The grey-robed elder also looked over. When he sensed the three's auras, his expression also changed. These three creatures were all half-immortal emperors, just like Grand Emperor and the others, at the third-layer realm. From the Age of Emperor collapse until now, even if this mysterious person of unknown origins was added, there were only 6 half-immortal emperors in total. Yet now, 3 of them suddenly appeared in the lower reaches of the great river of time, arriving together. Their appearance might very well stir up the development of the situation. Of course, it wasn't because these 3 half-immortal emperors who arrived while treading on the great river of time could threaten the grey-robed elder, but rather because they came from downstream. Taking action while separated by spacetime could easily trigger great karma. The great river of time rumbled, the 3 streaks of light arriving in the blink of an eye. They were wrapped in unmatched divine light, the great Tao symbols on the surface of their bodies extremely dazzling, intimidating one's soul. These 3 great creatures, 2 men and 1 woman, all of them turned into human form. The aura they unintentionally released was incomparable, making one feel suffocated. The 3 great creatures stood side by side, indifferently shooting a glance at the group of immortal kings in the darkness cage, a wave of power that looked down on the world seeping out from their bodies. Then, when their eyes looked towards Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor, their expressions clearly becoming stunned, carrying a bit of surprise. Especially when they saw the grey-robed man, even someone as powerful as them trembled slightly, vigilance and restraining fear rising in their eyes. 3 immortal friends came from downstream, not belonging to this space-time. If you rashly take action, I fear that it won't be just my epoch, your space-time will also be overturned. The grey-robed elder gave the 3 figures who came from downstream a look and said, "We won't participate in your battle. As for why we came this time, it is to search for him." One of the downstream creatures nodded towards the grey-robed elder, and then reached out a finger in Shahao's direction. His eyes narrowed, powerful killing intent surging. "Correct, we only came to kill Huang. After killing him, we will leave. This great era's Huang is still merely at the immortal king realm. The karma created by going against the great river to kill him is something we can endure." The other 2 downstream creatures spoke up, their eyes also shooting towards Shahao's body, their voices cold. "At this cultivation realm, you all went against the great river of time, even sending out 3 people, all for the sake of killing him?" The grey-robed elder couldn't help but size up this figure he never paid attention to, his brows furrowing. "In your space-time, his influence is great." Almost at the same time, Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, Feather Emperor, and the others' eyes also locked onto Shahao's body, their eyes carrying a bit of shock. Someone who could make 3 half-immortal emperors go against the great river of time, not hesitating to endure karma, just how terrifying was he in the future great era? What? Those 3 half-immortal emperors came for him. Right now, he is still only an immortal king. Could it be that the future great era really has reached an unfathomable height? He is Senior Chu's personal disciple. If he really has that type of accomplishments, then it is to be expected. Now, 3 half-immortal emperors are going to take action against an immortal king. Isn't this already the conclusion? Including the butcher, chicken farmer, and the other immortal king's faces were full of disbelief as they stared at Chu Bei. When they first saw these 3 half-immortal emperors from the lower reaches, they thought that they came to disturb the situation. Who would have expected that they actually came for Shahao? Since it doesn't involve our battlefield, then do as you all please. The grey-robed elder spoke, not interfering. "Take action." This was a man dressed in immortal gold armor, in his hands a great halberd. He had a head of silver hair, possessing intimidating aptitude, his pupils oppressive like blades. "Kill Huang." This was a woman with rather good looks, dressed in a golden long dress that also looked like armor, noble and oppressive. At the same time, her eyes were also intimidating. The 3 half-immortal emperors from the lower reaches gave each other a look. After communicating with their eyes, they reached out their sparkling palms at the same time, slapping towards Shahao. The power of their palms was horrifying to the extreme, producing heaven-overflowing great Tao symbols, covering heaven and earth, shaking up the past, present, and future. Under this wave of terrifying emperor might, all of Shahao's immortal force was immediately restricted, suppressed to the point where he couldn't move a single step. However, when he saw these 3 incomparably terrifying great palms break through the space-time barrier, about to smash into Shahao's body, a layer of colorful ripples rippled over, wrapping around the latter. Honglong. The heavenly dome exploded, great waves surging in Realm C. Emperor force surged and pervaded the air. However, Shahao, who was at the center of the explosion, didn't suffer the slightest injury, completely unharmed. The power produced by those 3 great palms was completely blocked by the colorful ripples around his body. Chapter 495. En. When they saw this scene, the 3 half-immortal emperors from the lower reaches immediately frowned. They followed the multicolored ripples, their eyes landing on Chu Bei's body. "Who are you?" The 3 half-immortal emperors from the lower reaches spoke out at the same time, their expressions extremely ugly. Chu Bei didn't pay these 3 half-immortal emperors any attention, to the extent where he even closed his eyes, as if he didn't attach any importance to them at all. When they discovered that they were being ignored, the expressions of the 3 half-immortal emperors from the lower reaches immediately fell to the extreme. Honglong. They took action again, their target still Shahao. Even though they really wanted to get rid of Chu Bei first, they were still separated by the great river of time. If they took action against someone at the same cultivation realm, then the karma that would result might be something they couldn't bear. Only, when their even more powerful attacks were about to land on Shahao's body, a similar scene played out again. Multicolored ripples rippled, neutralizing their joint attacks. Damn it! The three half-immortal emperor's brows were tightly furrowed. They glanced in Chu Bei's direction, their eyes surging with strong killing intent. Immortal friends, I must ask you all to lend us a hand, take action together to kill Huang. He cannot be allowed to live. That golden-dressed woman looked towards the grey-robed man, Grey Emperor, and the others, her expression a bit anxious. Hualala, however, as soon as the woman finished speaking, another incomparably massive great river of time surged over, extending into the battlefield. The three of you really are going too far. From the lower reaches of the great river of time, another three creatures flew over. At the same time, the one at the very front spoke, his voice incomparably cold, carrying endless anger and killing intent. Dang! The great cauldron was long and drawn out, accompanied by the 9 heavens lightning. An imposing man stood on the source energy cauldron, possessing impervious power. He stepped on the great river of time, slaughtering his way into the battlefield. The great cauldron was majestic, releasing all life source energy. Each time it shook, there would be time ripples that extended outwards, releasing millions and millions of strands of immortal light. The two figures behind him also carried endless battle intent, possessing matchless cultivation. Without a doubt, they were half-immortal emperor-level experts as well. And who are you? The grey-robed elder's expression became more and more serious, looking towards the man standing on the source energy cauldron. My name is Yi Fan. The imposing man directly took action, a fist smashing towards the three half-immortal emperors who came from the lower reaches. Rumble. The cauldron sounds were long and drawn out, bringing with it 9 heavens lightning, simultaneously sweeping through the three half-immortal emperors. The two words Yi Fan shook realm sea, shaking the entire sky dome, power overflowing into the heavens. Yi. Celestial Emperor Yi. He is from the same epoch as me. In our space-time, he is an unrivaled being. Is he here to save that person? One of the immortal kings in the dark prison recognized Yi Fan and exclaimed in surprise. The butcher, the chicken farmer, and the fake medicine seller, these three peak-stage immortal kings were stunned, and they all showed respect. They had seen this celestial Emperor Yi from the future in the reincarnation cycle. Yi Fan. One of the three quasi-immortal emperors shouted coldly. Next, one of them took the initiative to attack. He erupted with a towering might to meet the myriad chi cauldron. Buzz. Right at this time, multicolored light flickered behind Yi Fan. 9-colored immortal gold aura pervaded the air, and a great bell appeared. Below the big bell, a man stood tall and straight. His eyebrows were vertical, and his eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He waved his emperor's fist and attacked. Without beginning, I will fight you. The second quasi-immortal emperor who came previously faced the male with the great bell above his head. Huang. Today, you will definitely die. When she saw her companions separately face Yi Fan and without beginning, that female immortal emperor dressed in golden battle clothes immediately turned around murderously towards Shahao. Emperor force gathered in her palm, carrying terrifying might. Hualala. However, when the blonde woman's unmatched emperor technique was about to land on Shahao's body, the great river of time surged, waves rushing into the heavens. A woman appeared. This woman's black clothes were purer than snow, black hair fluttering about. Her appearance was exceptional, style unmatched. She took action, attacking the woman dressed in golden battle clothes. Vicious, you all really are like ghosts that won't disperse. Her attack was blocked. The golden-clothed woman looked coldly at the black-clothed woman, her expression incomparably ugly. You all can only use unscrupulous methods to go against the great river of time. The black-clothed woman's style was unmatched. She gave the golden-clothed woman a look, her words carrying disdain. No matter what kind of price we have to pay, we will kill Huang here. The golden-clothed woman's eyes were resolute, killing intent strong. Hong Long Long, in that instant, an intense battle of half-immortal emperors erupted. Fortunately, this time, The great battle of half-immortal emperors took place in the spacetime Yi Fan and the others were in. However, even if one watched from across the great river of time, it still made one shiver inwardly. Their battle was too intense, all types of emperor precious techniques appearing endlessly. The battle was world-shaking, ghosts weeping and deities howling. Pu. The first to decide victory and defeat were Vicious Great Emperor and that golden-armored woman. Vicious Great Emperor surged with immortal light, wondrous techniques endless. After countless exchanges, his right palm formed a magical imprint, blasting the golden-clothed woman until she flew out, blood gushing out from her mouth. Then, Great Emperor Without Beginning's battle also decided victory and defeat. He was incomparably valiant, holding Without Beginning bell, continuously attacking. All types of emperor techniques were continuously displayed, blasting his opponents until they continuously backed up, their auras becoming chaotic. The half-immortal Emperor Yi Fan fought against was the strongest of the three, but he still gradually fell into a disadvantage, continuously coughing out blood from Yi Fan's all-life source cauldron. Just give up. With us here, you all can forget about reversing time, rewriting karma. They were all third-level half-immortal emperors. In a one-on-one situation, the first three half-immortal emperors who wanted to kill Shahao were clearly not a match for Without Beginning, Vicious and Yi Fan. However, it was precisely because they were all at the third level that Yi Fan and the others couldn't kill the other three. Heavenly Emperor Yi, Vicious, Without Beginning, did they all come to save that person? Huang. Could it be that this person is our great era's unmatched emperor, Heavenly Emperor Huang? My heavens! Could it really be him? According to what I know, Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi came from the same sect, Martial Brothers. In Darkness Prison, those immortal kings from the other spacetime who came from the same great era as Yi Fan and Without Beginning seemed to have thought of something. When they looked at Shahao again, their mouths were wide open, faces full of disbelief. Immediately afterwards, they became incomparably respectful. As time went on, Yi Fan, Vicious and Without Beginning's battle calmed down. The first three half-immortal emperors who arrived on the great river of time stood together, all of their expressions incredibly overcast. Ever since Yi Fan, Without Beginning and the other two appeared, they knew that killing Shahao wasn't that easy anymore, let alone the layer of strange rainbow ripples around Shahao's body. The battle calmed down. Yi Fan, Without Beginning and Vicious walked towards Chu Bei while stepping on the great river of time. Disciple Yi Fan pays his respects to Master. Without Beginning pays his respects to Senior. Vicious pays his respects to Senior. Yi Fan and the other two arrived in front of Chu Bei, bowing at the same time through the space-time barrier, their expressions incomparably respectful. Senior brother. Meanwhile, at this time, Shahao also took a step forward, cupping his fists towards Yi Fan. Even though his era was before Yi Fan's, entering the sect didn't have a difference in age. Yi Fan entered his master's tutelage before him, so he naturally had to call him senior brother. Chu Bei slowly opened his eyes. He gave Yi Fan, Without Beginning and Vicious a look, nodding slightly, and then closed his eyes again. Yi Fan, Vicious and Without Beginning gave each other a look, their eyes carrying confusion. However, they didn't pursue the matter. They could vaguely sense that Chu Bei's body was a bit strange. It was instead those ancient immortal kings, experts from the other spacetime, immortal domains Hong Tian, Pan King and other immortal king experts who were all at a loss for what to do, as if they were struck by lightning from a clear sky, but also as if a bucket of cold water was poured over them, making them feel numb and absent-minded. Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi really are fellow disciples after all. Moreover, their master is actually that senior Chu. Could it be that Vicious and Without Beginning have both met him before? They are actually this respectful. However, regardless of whether it is Heavenly Emperor Yi, Without Beginning or Vicious, their cultivation realms have already caught up to that person. In terms of cultivation alone, they are already on equal footing. Did you all hear that? That half-immortal emperor who came through the great river of time is actually Senior Chu's disciple. But didn't they come from the lower reaches of the great river of time? Then the question is, which great era does Senior Great One belong to? The experts from the other spacetime, ancient immortal kings, Great Skypan King and others, their experiences and understandings were different, so the directions of their discussions were also different. However, what was similar was that right now, they were all incomparably shocked. Turns out your master is him. The eyes of the three half-immortal emperors who first arrived on the Great River of Time continuously moved back and forth between Shahao, Yi Fan, and Chu Bei's bodies, full of shock. In their great era, regardless of whether it was Heavenly Emperor Huang or Heavenly Emperor Yi, they both slaughtered their way into great reputations. What was even more terrifying was that there were rumors that they were fellow disciples, coming from the same sect. Only, they had never met the master behind these two. They never expected that they would actually meet him in this reverse space-time. At the same time, what they rejoiced over was that this so-called master wasn't the true immortal emperor they imagined, but rather the same half-immortal emperor realm as them, just that his cultivation realm was a bit higher than theirs. How is this possible? How could you be his disciple? If one were to talk about who was the most shocked on the battlefield, it would be the grey-robed elder at the half-immortal emperor realm, his face full of shock. This man called Heavenly Emperor Yi came from the lower reaches of the Great River of Time. In other words, the other party was also someone from the future Great Era. However, from the expression of this Heavenly Emperor Yi's so-called master, the other party clearly already knew that he was Heavenly Emperor Yi's master. This was extremely illogical. If one followed the flow of time, even if that half-immortal emperor of unknown origins fostered Heavenly Emperor Yi in the future, he shouldn't know about this at this time. Meanwhile, judging from the current situation, the other party should have traveled through the Great River of Time to the future. After nurturing Heavenly Emperor Yi, he then came to the Great Era they were in. Or perhaps there was another possibility, which was that this mysterious half-immortal emperor belonged to the future Great Era to begin with. He went against the Great River of Time, broke through the space-time barrier, descended to this Great Era, and then fostered Shahao. Regardless of whether it was the first or second possibility, this shouldn't have happened at all. The former, heading to the future to nurture a seed, if it was an ordinary person, then that was one thing, but this person was a half-immortal emperor, possessing great karma. Even someone as powerful as him at the 9th heavenly realm couldn't do this. As for the latter, if he came from the future, in the previous half-immortal emperor battle, great karma should have long been produced. Both sides of space-time should have been overturned, there was no way nothing happened. What is going on? Why are you there, master? The grey-robed man stared at Chu Bei, wishing for the other party to give him an explanation. However, the latter still closed his eyes, not replying at all. Chapter 496. On the battlefield, Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, Feather Emperor, and the other three half-immortal emperors behind the grey-robed elder seemed to have realized this as well. They gave each other a look, frowning at the same time. No matter what, we have to kill Huang today. We already came here, so there has to be a result. Even if he is hidden in this space-time, we still have to kill him. They couldn't think of a reason. Then, the eyes of the woman dressed in golden battle clothes landed on Shahao's body again. She released a roar, her originally pretty face becoming sinister. That thick killing intent was as if she was facing the enemy who killed her father. The other two half-immortal emperors who also came from the lower reaches gave each other a look, their eyes also becoming resolute. They came precisely to kill Huang, to the extent where they didn't hesitate to pay any price. Dao friends, before we came, you all were also fighting. The golden-clothed woman looked at Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor, and then reached out a finger, pointing at Chu Bei. You all heard him as well. He is Huang's master, as well as your enemy. Why don't you all lend us a hand first, kill Huang first, and then we'll help you all kill his master through the river of time. Killing him, I alone am enough. Grey Emperor said indifferently. Even though there were strange rainbow ripples around Shahao's body, in his opinion, they were from the same great era. As long as they attacked at close range, even those rainbow ripples wouldn't be able to stop it. When his indifferent voice sounded, Grey Emperor took action without any hesitation, immediately appearing above Shahao's head, condensing an incomparably terrifying fist. The surface of the fist was covered in dense and horrifying darkness force, directly smashing down. You dare! When Grey Emperor's fist was about to smash into Shahao's head, a great river of time surged over. Yi Fan took action. He also clenched his fist, 9-colored lightning interweaving on the surface, carrying Emperor force, piercing through the space-time barrier, facing Grey Emperor. Honglong. The instant they collided, the space-time of two different great eras trembled at the same time, as if it was going to collapse. Right at this moment, mysterious Emperor symbols appeared around Yi Fan and Grey Emperor's bodies. Then, they burned fiercely on the surface of their bodies, as if they were going to be burned into nothingness. Pu. Blood gushed out from the two of them at the same time. They belonged to different time spaces, yet they still fought. This created great karma. Not only did he suffer a karmic backlash, but it also caused the two dimensions to tremble violently, and the river of time to churn. It's true. At their level, when people of the same cultivation level fight, there will be great karma that will affect the stability of the space-time between the two sides. In the darkness cage, the group of immortal kings felt their hearts palpitating. Immortal friends, I must ask you all to continue killing Huang. As for Yi Fan and the other two, we'll stop them. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in gold took the lead to attack Yi Fan. At the same time, the other two companions of the golden-robed woman also attacked No Beginning and Vicious. Rumble. An incomparably intense battle in a different space-time occurred once again. Only, this time, regardless of whether it was Yi Fan, Vicious, or Without Beginning, they didn't have the heart to continue fighting against the golden-clothed woman and the other two, instead constantly paying attention to Shahao's safety. Feather Emperor took action. He arrived in front of Shahao, wishing to deal the killing blow. However, this time, No Beginning managed to extricate himself, forcing Feather Emperor to retreat through the space-time barrier. Puff. A muffled noise sounded. Feather Emperor and Without Beginning coughed out blood at the same time, suffering the backlash of karma. Their expressions were filled with incomparable pain. Grand Emperor's attack arrived. Vicious forced the enemy back, quickly stopping Grand Emperor in Shahao's place. Another collision was made. Grand Emperor and Vicious suffered the backlash of karma, their entire bodies surging with Emperor symbol flames. After 3 consecutive clashes between half-immortal emperors separated by the Great River of Time, the space-time between the two sides became more and more unstable, as if it was going to be destroyed at any time. Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor, Feather Emperor, all of you should stop. You all still cannot shoulder the burden of karma, so let me deal with them. Right at this time, the grey-robed elder spoke, his cold and overcast voice shaking everyone's minds. His aura was exceptionally terrifying, releasing roiling black clouds. This was the most fundamental darkness force, making the seabed of Realm C collapse. After saying this, the grey-robed elder took action. His first target was Without Beginning. A large hand wrapped in darkness passed through the space-time barrier, directly grabbing towards Without Beginning on the other side of space-time. Dang! Bell sounds rang through the air. Heaven and earth collapsed, the power of time pervading the air. Without Beginning faced that large darkness hand. The two collided. Kai kai kai. In almost an instant, the two of them suffered the backlash of karma at the same time. In the next moment, Without Beginning's expression became one of pain, burned by Emperor symbols that mysteriously appeared, his aura becoming chaotic. On the other hand, the grey-robed elder released a loud shout, the black mist around his body forming waves, forcing back the Emperor symbols. You all killed an immortal king across the Great River of Time, so you all have the ability to shoulder the karma. Meanwhile, I have entered the 9th stage realm, so I can similarly bear the karma of killing 3rd stage immortals like you all. The grey-robed elder's voice was cold, shooting out 2 beams of dark light. With a kai-kai sound, it actually directly pierced through Without Beginning's chest. Then, the grey-robed elder took action again, another giant palm appearing. When they saw this, Yi Fan and Vicious immediately appeared by Without Beginning's side, resisting that heaven-reaching giant palm together with the latter. Peng, peng, peng. Yi Fan and the other two joined forces, each displaying their most powerful emperor techniques, mixing them together to face the heaven-reaching giant palm. This karma, how can 3rd stage realm immortals like you all block it? The grey-robed elder was determined to kill Yi Fan and the other two. For this reason, he directly compressed the darkness origin energy to the extreme, fusing it into his giant palm, and slammed it out. Kai kai kai. A terrifying and strange burning sound drifted in the realm sea. Whether it was the experts from the other spacetime, the Butcher, Hong Tian, or the other ancient immortal kings, when they saw the Emperor symbol flames rising from the surface of Yi Fan, without beginning, vicious, and the grey-robed elders' bodies, they could not help but tremble. Their hearts tightened, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. This was the backlash of great karma. What can this karma do to me? The grey-robed elder shouted, the rich darkness origin energy in his body surging out, instantly enveloping the Emperor symbol flames. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the darkness origin energy dispersed the Emperor symbol flames, forcing back the terrifying karma power. On the other hand, Yi Fan, vicious, and without beginning in the other spacetime, found it difficult to dissolve the karma power. Even if they resisted with all their Emperor power, they still could not destroy the strange Emperor symbol flames. Their expressions were extremely painful. Condense. The grey-robed elder looked coldly at Yi Fan and the other two. As he shouted, his terrifying pitch-black hands slapped forward at the same time. In an instant, the spacetime where Yi Fan, vicious, and without beginning were trembling, filled with endless darkness origin energy. As for the woman in golden armor and her two companions, they were stunned at first. After looking at the grey-robed elder in shock, they then looked at Yi Fan and the other two with joy on their faces. Rumble. At a closer look, two terrifying pitch-black palms had appeared above Yi Fan, without beginning, and vicious heads. Amidst a terrifying buzzing sound, the two palms merged, interweaving into a huge nine-sided cauldron. Darkness origin energy spewed out of the nine-sided cauldron as if it was the source of all darkness. Withdraw. As the grey-robed elder's cold voice sounded, the nine-sided cauldron suddenly turned upside down, the mouth of the cauldron facing Yi Fan and without beginning. It was also at this moment that the grey-robed elder was once again corroded by the great karma, but he did not care. He allowed the Emperor's runes to burn, and at the same time, he added the darkness origin energy from the nine-sided cauldron. Yi Fan, vicious, and without beginning frowned. Their expressions were grave as they continuously performed various Emperor's techniques to counter the dark nine-sided cauldron that was turning upside down. However, the various Supreme Emperor's techniques, which were powerful enough to easily kill an immortal king, did not cause any sparks when they struck the nine-sided cauldron. There was not even a rumble. Yi Fan's myriad chi cauldron, Vicious's heaven-devouring jar, and without beginning's Emperor's bell all cracked. The nine-sided cauldron was too terrifying. It carried a power that surpassed the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. It was unstoppable. Heavenly Emperor Yi, vicious, and without beginning, they can't even resist. That grey-robed elder from Fangji Yuan is already so powerful. What's even more terrifying is that he actually withstood the great karma energy. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he has nothing to fear if he wants to kill us? With a hong noise, the nine-sided cauldron surrounded Yi Fan, vicious, and without beginning. Right at this moment, the expressions of the experts from the other spacetime in the darkness prison went rigid. They stared at the grey-robed elder in horror, their mouths wide open. Regardless of whether it was Yi Fan, vicious, or without beginning, they were all unmatched beings in their spacetime, yet even after joining hands, they still weren't this grey-robed elder's opponent. Wong wong wong. The nine-sided cauldron trembled. Yi Fan, vicious, and without beginning's figures appeared inside the cauldron. They were burned by the scarlet-black flames produced by the darkness source, as if they were going to be refined into human body pills. Yi Fan and without beginning continuously attacked the cauldron walls, all types of emperor techniques continuously displayed. At the same time, they endured the burning pain brought by the scarlet-black flames. Senior brother, Shi Hao cried out anxiously. However, with his current strength, he couldn't help at all, let alone the fact that he was currently being attacked by Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor. If not for the rainbow ripples blocking him, he would have already died who knew how many times. At this moment, he could only unwillingly watch as Yi Fan and the other two were being refined by the darkness origin energy. Good, This really is too good. Now, it seems like not only can we kill Huang, this group of 3 is going to forever remain here. The woman dressed in golden battle clothes and her 2 companions looked at the terrifying 9-sided cauldron, and then at the 3 figures struggling inside, their expressions becoming more and more joyous. Are Celestial Emperor Yi and the others not this elder's opponent? What is going on with Senior Chu? Why isn't he taking action? If he doesn't take action, then who else can eliminate this source of darkness? The butcher, chicken farmer, fake medicine seller, and other ancient immortal kings gave Chu Bei, whose eyes were still tightly shut, a look, muttering to themselves. Their expressions were incomparably ugly. For them, Yi Fan and the other 2 were on the same side as them, yet now they were defeated. Chapter 497. Combine. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. As the grey-robed elder spat out a word, an unparalleled destructive power of darkness erupted from the 9-sided cauldron. The 2 dimensions shook at the same time. In the next moment, the group of immortal kings in the dark cage, and even people as strong as the golden-robed woman and the other quasi-immortal emperors, were shocked by the power of darkness. Looking closely, the origin energy in the 9-sided cauldron had condensed into a huge sphere. It was crazily devouring the souls and bodies of Yi Fan, Vicious, and No Beginning. As time passed, Yi Fan, Vicious, and No Beginning's auras began to become chaotic, and their bodies became more and more transparent. Even though they were in danger, the 3 of them still used their emperor techniques to resist the power of darkness in the 9-sided cauldron. However, it was to no avail. Although a 3rd-stage quasi-immortal emperor and a 9th-stage quasi-immortal emperor were both quasi-immortal emperors, the former was like a supreme, while the latter was like an immortal king. There was an insurmountable gap between them. As long as I refine all of you into pills, I might have a chance of breaking through to the peak. The grey-robed elder laughed as he endured the great karma. His eyes were filled with passion and anticipation. You've already reached the end of your path by bullying my disciple. How can you talk about taking another step forward? However, just as the grey-robed elder's excited voice fell, an extremely calm voice sounded and drowned out the former. It floated above the realm sea and in the long river of time. Although this voice was not loud, it shook the deepest part of everyone's heart. It was like a bronze bell shaking in their minds. Then, the 2 dimensions that were originally trembling violently fell silent. Whether it was Yi Fan's epoch or the current epoch, they both fell into dead silence. Everything seemed to have stopped. It was also at this moment that Chu Bei opened his eyes as if he had been released from some kind of restraint. The level 20 goods in the system store were different from the level 19 goods. This level of goods could be opened in 2 stages. When only the first stage was opened, it could be used for a longer time, but its power would be greatly reduced. When the second stage was opened, although the use time would be shortened, its power would be unlocked to the peak. At that moment, the level 20 Immortal Emperor pill that Chu Bei had exchanged for, when the first stage was opened, its strength would be equivalent to a 9th stage quasi-immortal emperor, which was roughly the same as the grey-robed elder. However, after opening the second section, one would truly step into the immortal emperor realm. Catcher. Before everyone could react from their daze, the black sphere in the 9-sided pill furnace seemed to have been inexplicably bombarded by a terrifying force, and it suddenly split open. Then, the dense power of darkness inside dissipated, and the pill furnace exploded, turning into nothingness amidst the deathly silence. In the next moment, Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Vicious, who were about to completely disappear, were enveloped by a colorful halo. Their bodies became solid again, and their auras gradually stabilized until they recovered to their peak. Old Man Annihilation's pill furnace has disappeared. That's a supreme treasure that can refine 3 quasi-immortal emperors. What the hell is going on? What happened this time? Some immortal kings recovered from their daze and couldn't help but exclaim. In Yi Fan's epoch spacetime, the 9-sided cauldron crumbled. This scene shocked everyone. People as strong as Grand Emperor, Emperor Kang, Emperor Yu, and the woman in gold who came from downstream all revealed expressions of disbelief and couldn't help but be stunned. Not long ago, They'd seen with their own eyes that the nine-sided cauldron suppressed Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Vicious, three quasi-immortal emperors, and was even about to completely refine them into Emperor Realm pills. However, it was such an extremely terrifying Emperor weapon that inexplicably cracked into a rain of light until it completely turned into nothingness. As for Yi Fan, Vicious, and No Beginning, who were originally on the verge of dissipating, they recovered at an extremely fast speed, and their auras returned to their peak. This had happened one after another in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, and they found it hard to accept an unimaginable buzz. Amidst the rumbling, the pill furnace completely disappeared, and all the immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors were jolted awake. When they recalled the extremely calm voice that had sounded directly in the depths of their minds earlier, they all looked in the direction of Chu Bei. With this look, all of their expressions changed. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, stupefied, a look of shock on their faces. It was as if they were struck by lightning, as if they were wooden sculptures. In that instant, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Bei's body, all of them entering a daze, becoming numb. The group of immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors all muttered, unable to say complete words. Right now, when they looked at Chu Bei, they actually found it a bit hard to see him clearly. To be more precise, the other party was like an illusion in their eyes, giving them a type of misconception that he was always changing. There were immortal kings who saw him. Raging flames burned around him, containing Emperor Dao laws, the color of the flames continuously changing. He was like the source of the flames, directly burning the realm sea below into nothingness. There were immortal kings who saw him. He was resplendent and dazzling, without a true body, as if he was condensed from light, similarly containing Emperor Dao supreme laws. These light atoms were like mischievous children, continuously evolving into all things. There were archaic divine beasts, archaic immortal weapons, bejeweled buildings and jade pavilions, irregular scenes appearing all over the place. There were immortal kings who saw him. With a point of his finger, he moved the realm sea, producing all methods of the heavens, accompanied by the great river of time. There were immortal kings who saw him, accompanied by 9 heavens' thunder. Black, purple, green, and all types of lightning covered this place, to the extent where there were even some lightning that produced the appearance of archaic divine beasts. With just a single look, they couldn't help but bow down in worship, as if he was an even higher level celestial Emperor Yi. There were immortal kings who saw him. White radiance spread all around him, extending in the void chaotic space like a spiderweb, making it split apart and then heal again, repeating this process over and over again. In the realm sea, the group of immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors in different spacetime widened their eyes, looking at Chu Bei in a daze, entering a daze. This scene was too strange. That person was clearly right before their eyes, but no matter what divine abilities they displayed, they couldn't break through the continuously overlapping and interweaving illusions. What exactly is going on? Right when Grey Emperor frowned and said this, with a wong noise, the illusions disappeared. Chu Bei's figure clearly appeared before everyone's line of sight. The current him had no aura at all, no energy fluctuations at all. Only, upon closer inspection, there were specks of multicolored light jumping about all over his body. Even though those multicolored specks of light didn't look all that remarkable, every single one of them, each time they jumped, they would produce millions upon millions of great Dao flowers, as well as produce endless star domains and stellar streams. Of course, regardless of whether it was the great Dao flowers or the star domains and stellar streams, they were all contained within those tiny specks of light. Even if one was as powerful as immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors, if they didn't carefully sense those specks of light, it would be hard for them to detect them. Chu Bei was expressionless, no emotional fluctuations visible on his face, like an ancient well without any ripples. His expression was incomparably indifferent, as if nothing here could tug at his heartstrings. He looked towards the darkness prison. He clearly didn't do anything, yet the darkness prison condensed by Grey Emperor, Feather Emperor, and Grand Emperor, 3 quasi-immortal emperors, exploded with a great noise, turning into a rain of light. The restrictive force disappeared. The imprisoned ancient immortal kings and immortal kings from a different spacetime looked at the prison that was turned into nothingness. They were first stunned, and then they revealed excited expressions, extremely moved. Shattered, the darkness prison shattered. Ha ha, it was released. We are saved, we don't have to worry about being corroded by darkness force, becoming creatures of darkness. It's Senior Chu. He took action to save us. What exactly happened to Senior Chu's body? It is as if he became a different person. My intuition is telling me that he became even stronger. The immortal kings who were saved snapped out of their daze one after another, starting to cry out in alarm. Then, as if they reached an agreement, they all bowed deeply towards Chu Bei, their eyes carrying deep gratitude and respect. Chu Bei gave these bowing immortal kings an indifferent look. After nodding slightly in response, he then looked towards the 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future Great Era who were determined to kill Shahao. Hualala, Chu Bei still didn't do anything, but the great river of time beneath the 3 quasi-immortal emperors' feet roared intensely. Then, with a hong noise, the great river of time collapsed, turned into nothingness by a wave of incomparably terrifying power. As for the 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future Great Era, at this moment, they were forcibly dragged out from their spacetime by a formless force, descending into the spacetime where the grey-robed Elder, Grand Emperor, and the others were. What was even more terrifying was that the great river of time collapsed, they couldn't return. This is impossible. He cut off our spacetime's great river of time, we can't return, forever trapped in this spacetime. How did he do this? The great river of time collapsed. The woman dressed in golden battle clothes and her 2 companions looked at Chu Bei with incomparable horror. As quasi-immortal emperors, they could wantonly wander the great river of time, head to the past, present, and future. However, just now, the great river of time with their imprints scattered, their connection with the spacetime they were in was severed. To put it simply, right now, they didn't belong to the lower reaches of the great river, but belonged to this great era of spacetime. Attack first. The golden-robed woman and the other 2 were worthy of being quasi-immortal emperors who had experienced countless great eras. After exchanging a glance with each other, they quickly calmed down. Then, the 3 of them executed Supreme Emperor techniques at the same time, attacking Chu Bei. Now, they belonged to the same spacetime, no longer having to worry about the backlash of great karma, so they used their strongest killing moves right away. Rumble. The sky collapsed, the realm sea churned, all kinds of Supreme Emperor runes appeared, dazzling and resplendent. However, before the terrifying Emperor techniques of the golden-robed woman and the other 2 could reach Chu Bei, the other party suddenly disappeared into thin air, as if he had suddenly evaporated, as if he had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the golden-robed woman and the other 2 suddenly constricted, their expressions changing drastically, filled with deep shock. But before they could cry out in alarm, a beam of colorful ripples swept over. In an instant, the Emperor aura in their bodies was purified, the Emperor power completely disappeared, instantly turning them from quasi-immortal emperors who looked down on eternity into ordinary people. When they sensed the disappearance of the Emperor power in their bodies, the expressions of the golden-robed woman and the other 2 immediately became ugly to the extreme, their eyes even more so filled with deep fear. What did you do to us? The golden-robed woman forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart, her eyes looking straight at the distant Chu Bei. Even though the other party didn't do anything, she was sure that the disappearance of the Emperor power in their bodies was definitely related to her. Chu Bei didn't pay the golden-robed woman any attention. When he turned around to look in Shahao's direction, the golden-robed woman and her 2 companions' bodies mysteriously produced multicolored specks of light. The multicolored specks of light swirled about, releasing multicolored threads. They connected with each other, immediately forming an independent multicolored space, surrounding the golden-robed woman and the other 2 within. Chapter 498. The golden-clothed woman's brows furrowed tightly. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately clenched her fist, smashing it into the multicolored cage's barrier. However, the instant her fist made contact with the barrier, a miserable scream sounded from her mouth. Only to see that her body was corroded by the terrifying power of the multicolored ripples, only half of her soul and flesh remaining. When they saw this scene, The other two half-immortal emperors who came from the future together with the golden-clothed woman immediately took 2 steps back, standing in the center of the prison. Their expressions were full of fear, fearing that they would touch the multicolored barrier. They were half-immortal emperors, standing at the very peak of cultivation. In their eyes, immortal kings were all ants. However, when they sensed the aura released by the multicolored specks of light, they instinctively felt fear and pressure. Even though the emperor force within their bodies disappeared, their flesh strength was still half-immortal emperor physique. However, despite this being the case, just a moment ago, not only did the golden-clothed woman's body explode, even half of her soul was corroded away. It was incomparably terrifying. Master. When he saw Chu Bei look towards him, Shahao's expression was exceptionally moved. He immediately cupped his fists, shouting out, "En." When he heard Shahao's shout, this time, Chu Bei finally expressed something, nodding slightly in response. Then, he looked in the direction of Grand Emperor. When they faced the indifferent gaze Chu Bei cast over, Grand Emperor, Grey Emperor and Feather Emperor's bodies trembled at the same time, subconsciously condensing darkness force and emperor force to the extreme, all of them becoming incredibly vigilant. They clearly couldn't sense Chu Bei's aura fluctuations, yet they mysteriously felt a wave of chilliness. Attack together. Just like the golden-clothed woman's group of 3, Grand Emperor, Grey Emperor and Feather Emperor also took action. Perhaps because they learned from the golden-clothed woman's group of 3, Grand Emperor's group of 3 didn't attack individually, instead merging their attacks together, forming an unmatched killing move. Immediately afterwards, Grand Emperor, Grey Emperor and Feather Emperor released immortal light at the same time, distorting space. Primal chaos collapsed, condensing darkness force, producing an incomparably massive darkness longsword. This sword swirled with yin and yang energies, the black radiance released from the sword tip producing Kuan Peng, True Phoenix, Lightning Emperor and countless other divine beast irregular scenes. Kai. The darkness longsword shot out, carrying heaven overflowing dark power, carrying emperor aura, power matchless. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the black long sword appeared in front of Chu Bei. However, just as it was about to strike Chu Bei's body, it suddenly stopped. It was as if it had been fixed in place and did not move at all. Following that, with a crisp cracking sound, the dark long sword shattered into countless tiny fragments. Puff! Puff! At the same time, Grand Emperor, Grey Emperor, and Feather Emperor's faces paled. They spat out resplendent blood from their mouths, releasing dazzling light. Before their chaotic auras could stabilize, a colorful ripple palm slapped them, and with a rumble, it slapped them into the colorful ripple cage where the golden-robed woman and the other 2 were. The 3 half-immortal emperors from the lower reaches, as well as Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, and Emperor Yu, they were all defeated. I can't even put up the slightest resistance in front of Senior Chu. Speaking of which, what happened to Senior Chu? How strong is he now? Perhaps Senior's current strength is already comparable to the first emperor of the primal chaos. Looking at Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, and Emperor Yu, who were badly mutilated by the palm, the experts from another spacetime, the ancient immortal king, the butcher, Hong Tian, and the other experts were all shocked. At the same time, joy appeared on their faces. Chu Bei's sudden strength had changed the situation of the battlefield, allowing them to see hope again. It's your turn. Chu Bei looked at the grey-robed old man with a calm expression. His voice was emotionless. Hearing this, the grey-robed old man frowned. His expression was extremely solemn, and one could faintly see some vigilance in his eyes. The 9-sided pill furnace that could refine half-immortal emperors was his emperor weapon. He had refined it with his emperor's power and the power of darkness for thousands of eras. No one knew better than him how terrifying the 9-sided pill furnace was. Not to mention a 3rd heaven half-immortal emperor, even an 8th heaven half-immortal emperor would find it difficult to resist. The only difference was the time it took to refine it. However, to his disbelief, this emperor artifact that he'd refined for countless epochs had been inexplicably blasted apart by an invisible force, and not even a scrap of it remained. What made the grey-robed old man feel the most incredulous was naturally Chu Bei's terrifying strength that had suddenly increased by countless times. A true emperor? Finally, The grey-robed old man spoke with a probing tone in his voice. Meeting the grey-robed old man's gaze, Chu Bei smiled and did not respond. He only raised his hand and slapped out. "Let the darkness descend in advance." Seeing Chu Bei raise his right hand, the grey-robed old man's eyes narrowed. As he shouted, the rich power of darkness surged out from his body. In an instant, the chaotic world sea erupted. Endless dark aura peeled off from the sea and surged toward the grey-robed old man. At some point, a wooden box appeared in the grey-robed old man's hand. It was the source of the power of darkness. "Oh no!" With a cry of alarm, the expressions of the experts from another spacetime and the ancient immortal kings in the distance changed drastically at the same time. The entire realm sea was filled with darkness. All kinds of terrifying and strange runes lingered in the darkness. Even as strong as they were, they felt an inexplicable sense of fear. This was not only the power of darkness that could erode their souls, but it also contained an extremely terrifying Emperor's power. Under such an aura, they could not summon any will to resist. "Condense." The grey-robed old man looked coldly at Chu Bei. With a cold shout, the wooden box that was the source of the darkness rumbled and suppressed Chu Bei with a monstrous might. The moment the wooden box blasted out, Yi Fan, vicious, and no beginnings expressions froze. Even though they were separated by the river of time, they were still affected by the power in the black wooden box. The Emperor's power in their bodies circulated slowly. Butcher, chicken farmer, fake medicine seller, Hong Tian, willow deity, and many other immortal kings felt extremely suffocated at this moment. It was an instinctive fear, and they could not summon any will to resist. The so-called pursuit of the Emperor's path in the darkness, he is just using you. Chu Bei spoke again. His voice was still calm. The words from his mouth seemed to be said to the grey-robed old man, but also seemed to be said to everyone, including Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, and others. With a buzzing sound, colorful light burst out from Chu Bei's body. The darkness that enveloped the entire realm sea instantly disappeared and was replaced by light. The black wooden box smashed over. Chu Bei reached out his hand to meet it, casually catching it. Then, with a slight force, the black wooden box exploded with a bang, and a cloud of turbid energy flew out. However, before the turbid energy could escape, a giant colorful palm wrapped around it, and with a sizzling sound, it was forcefully obliterated into nothingness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As that cloud of turbid energy collapsed, the grey-robed old man, Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, Feather Emperor, as well as the countless creatures in Realm C who were tainted by darkness energy all had surging black mist seep out from their bodies, all the way until they disappeared. Almost at the same time, the eyes of those creatures who were lost in the sea began to clear, as if they gained their own consciousness, creating waves in the sea. There were some creatures with higher cultivation realms who seemed to know something. They leapt out of the sea surface, releasing sounds of gratitude towards Chu Bei's direction. "This is, the source of darkness has been dealt with." Looking at the changes in the creatures in Realm C, Butcher, Chicken Farmer, and Fake Medicine Seller were first stunned, and then they exchanged a look. When they reacted, they were all extremely excited. That half-immortal emperor from the Age of Emperor collapse who had turned into flames and was about to die at any time, and Willow Deity, after giving Chu Bei a look, couldn't help but mutter to themselves, as if they felt a type of release. "Haha, Senior Chu did it. The great era of darkness will never descend again. We don't have to worry about that darkness matter invading immortal domain anymore. Their source has been dealt with by Senior Chu." The millions and millions of cultivators in immortal domain also understood. They all raised their heads, looking at the scene in the sky dome, shouting crazily in excitement. Impossible. Seeing the black wooden chest shatter, the grey-robed elder felt like he had lost the most important thing, immediately going crazy. He roared, attacking Chu Bei again. Incomparably terrifying emperor power evolved into all types of divine abilities, covering heaven and earth as they surged towards Chu Bei, about to drown him out. Forget about ninth layer, even if you are at the consummate level, before this seat, you are no different from an ant. Facing the grey-robed elder's crazy attacks, Chu Bei's expression didn't show the slightest trace of fear. As his indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei flicked his finger. A divine rainbow formed from interweaving rainbow-colored specks of light shot out. Wherever it passed, the grey-robed elder's attacks turned into nothingness, completely scattering. Hong Long. Without any obstruction, the rainbow-colored divine rainbow appeared in front of the grey-robed elder, transforming into a palm. It picked him up and threw him into the rainbow-colored prison where Grand Emperor, Emperor Kang, and the others were. Seeing this scene, whether it was the immortal kings or the quasi-immortal emperors, their expressions froze. In particular, Yi Fan, Vicious, and No Sha, the three quasi-immortal emperors who had personally experienced the terror of the grey-robed elder, were even more dumbfounded. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The grey-robed elder who had almost killed them couldn't resist the rainbow-colored palm at all. Like a little chick, he was lifted by the neck and thrown into the prison just like that. This process was too sudden, so they couldn't react in time. Originally, they thought that the battle between Chu Bei and the grey-robed elder would be earth-shattering and terrifying. In the end, they didn't expect it to end like this. Yi Zi, could this master of yours really be that legendary impossible existence? No Sha sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at Yi Fan who was beside him. From start to finish, the power that Chu Bei displayed was simply too shocking. Even a ninth-stage realm quasi-immortal emperor didn't have any way to resist him. To be able to do this, it was probably only those legendary immortal emperors in the truest sense. Every single time I feel that I can see through Master, he always surprises me. Time and time again, I really don't know when I will be able to chase up to his footsteps. Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei's back view as he shook his head, as though he was mocking himself. Chapter 499. Senior, is he an immortal emperor? Perhaps he really doesn't belong to our space-time. That's right. At his level, who knows what methods he has? Perhaps he really can travel through the river of time and rewrite the history of space-time epochs, thus preventing great karma from descending. Now that I think about it, how can someone who can teach an existence like Celestial Emperor Yi be just a quasi-immortal emperor? Including Tu Fu, Hong Tian, and the others, the ancient immortal kings and the experts from the other spacetime came back to their senses one after another, their mouths full of shock. In the colorful prison, Grand Emperor, Emperor Kang, and the others, after seeing the grey-robed old man defeated, their expressions became extremely unsightly. The grey-robed old man was their greatest reliance. They didn't expect that even he would be defeated, and like them, he would be defeated so thoroughly. It's a pity to kill you all at this level of cultivation. Chu Bei appeared in front of the colorful prison. After glancing indifferently at the grey-robed old man and the others, he pointed his finger. Chu Bei's indifferent and calm voice sounded in their ears. Even someone as strong as the grey-robed old man couldn't help but shiver inexplicably, let alone Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, and the others. What do you want to do to me? The grey-robed old man said with some fear in his voice. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Chu Bei pointed his finger out, the originally calm-colored prison suddenly began to vibrate. In the next moment, the flowing colorful light spots shot toward the grey-robed old man, Emperor Kang, Emperor Yu, and the others like bullets. The grey-robed old man, Emperor Kang, and the others seemed to have sensed the terrifying energy contained in the colorful light spots, but the dark power and emperor power in their bodies had all disappeared, so they could only let the colorful light spots seep into their bodies. Miserable screams came from the grey-robed old man, Grand Emperor, Emperor Kang, Emperor Yu, and the three quasi-immortal emperors. Their expressions began to distort. Under the guidance of the colorful light spots, mysterious and resplendent balls of light flew out from between their eyebrows one after another. No, don't. Looking at the emperor source flying away, the grey-robed old man, Grand Emperor, and the others' expressions changed drastically at the same time. Their cries were filled with fear. That was the essence they had refined for countless great eras, the source of their emperor power, yet it flew away just like that. Regardless of whether it was the grey-robed old man, Grand Emperor, or Grey Emperor, they could all clearly sense the drop in their cultivation realm. My disciples, consider these as your master's gifts to you. Chu Bei glanced in Yi Fan's direction. With a wave of his hand, he sent the emperor origins of the grey-robed elder, Emperor Kang, and Grand Emperor into Yi Fan's epoch. These emperor essences were pure and could be directly refined by a half-immortal emperor. Disciple thanks master. Yi Fan took the emperor's origin from the grey-robed elder and bowed deeply to Chu Bei before beginning to refine it. Junior thanks senior. No beginning and Vicious received the Grand Emperor's and Grey Emperor's monarch origins. They were stunned for a moment, but when they felt the pure energy within, they exchanged a glance with each other, excitement written all over their faces. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, Yi Fan's epoch began to buzz. After refining the Emperor's origin, the Emperor's aura in their bodies surged and showed signs of exploding. We're about to break through. Sensing the crazy growth of the Emperor's origin in their bodies, Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Vicious faces were brimming with excitement. At their level, it was extremely difficult to take another step forward. It would take at least a few epochs to settle down. Especially when they were stuck at the threshold of the third stage, it was even more difficult to step into the fourth stage. Cultivators who could step into this realm were all outstanding figures who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. However, there were still at least half of them who could never step into the fourth stage in their entire lives. This showed how difficult it was to enter the fourth stage from the third stage. But now, with the integration of the human emperor's origin, the bottleneck that they had been stuck at for countless years loosened. Of course, refining the emperor's origin was the only way for a half-immortal emperor to quickly increase their cultivation. However, it was almost impossible to directly refine the emperor's origin of a half-immortal emperor in the same realm. Even someone as strong as the grey-robed old man in the ninth stage couldn't do it. He could only use the human body refinement pill to increase his cultivation. However, the effect of the latter was far from being comparable to directly refining the emperor's origin. As the first person to quell the source of disaster, I will also give you an opportunity and help you reconstruct your origin. Chu Bei looked at the half-immortal emperor who was left with a wisp of remnant soul that had turned into flames. With a wave of his sleeve, countless colorful light spots surrounded the latter, releasing a blinding emperor's light. In an instant, under everyone's gaze, the ball of flames that could disappear at any time began to grow stronger and burn fiercely. The great Tao rumbled. Within the flames, a human figure became more and more solid until it completely took shape. Gradually, those colorful light spots also merged into the body of the figure along with the blazing flames. He looked no different from an ordinary person. Feather Emperor's origin of Emperor flew in front of him. After receiving it, he gave Chu Bei a deep bow, and then began to refine it. Chu Bei looked towards Willow Deity. He didn't say anything, the colorful specks of light surrounding it, making it radiate life force once more. Moreover, he bestowed the Emperor's origin of the half-immortal Emperor Lower Reach's golden-clothed woman. The three of you are only a step away from breaking through, so this great one will lend you a bit of help. Chu Bei divided the Emperor's origin of the other half-immortal Emperor into three, separately gifting them to the butcher, chicken farmer, and fake medicine seller, these three peak half-immortal kings. Many thanks to Great One. The butcher and the other two received the Emperor's origin. Even though what they obtained wasn't complete, for them, it was enough. Disciple, you should keep this final lump of Emperor's origin, save it for when you need it in the future. After gifting the others with opportunities, Chu Bei looked towards Shahao, waving the final half-immortal Emperor's origin in front of Shahao. Many thanks to Master. Unlike the others, Shahao still didn't reach the conditions to refine the Emperor's origin, so he stored it in the small world he established. After doing all of this, Chu Bei then looked towards the rainbow prison, his eyes narrowing. The instant the two streaks of light shot out, the rainbow prison quickly shrunk. In the end, with a hong noise, it exploded into an endless rain of rainbow-colored light. Above Realm C, a rainbow-colored rain of light scattered down, all types of Emperor images appearing. What disappeared along with the rainbow-colored prison was the grey-robed Elder, Grey Emperor, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, and others figures. Dead. Did they all die? While looking at the rainbow-colored rain of light, as well as the grey-robed Elder and others who disappeared, there were experts from different spacetime and ancient immortal kings who reacted, crying out in alarm. A long time later. Countless immortal king experts snapped out of their daze. In that instant, Realm C became noisy. It's over. It really is over. The creatures of darkness half-immortal emperors are all dead. We are truly safe. From now on, there is no need for the era of darkness to descend anymore. I really didn't dare to imagine that Senior Chu was actually a true immortal emperor. According to my guess, Senior Chu was born before the primal chaos began. It's too terrifying. The cultivators of the immortal realm looked at the scene in the sky, their gazes fixed on Chu Bei. One by one, they began to run and cheer, their eyes filled with respect. As time passed, amidst the world-shaking phenomenon, Yi Fan, No Beginning, Vicious, Willow Deity, and the other experts who had refined the Emperor's source broke through one after another. Yi Fan, No Beginning, Vicious, and the half-immortal Emperor from the era of Emperor Collapse all crossed the threshold of the third stage, especially Yi Fan, who directly stepped into the fifth stage of the half-immortal Emperor realm. Willow Deity, Butcher, Chicken Farmer, Fake Medicine Seller, the four-peak half-immortal kings also took the final step and stepped into the Emperor's domain, becoming half-immortal emperors. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior. These people looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. At the same time, they bowed to Chu Bei with deep gratitude on their faces. Chu Bei nodded slightly in response. Then, he looked toward the end of the chaotic realm sea and continued on his way. Wasn't the source of darkness already dealt with? Those dark emperors were also all killed. Isn't it already over? Why is Senior Chu still continuing? Isn't this chaotic Star Island domain already the end of the realm sea? Looking at Chu Bei's back view gradually getting further and further away, the group of immortal kings was shocked and looked at each other. When they came back to their senses, they immediately followed. Could it be that this is still not the end of the realm sea? The group of immortal kings and half-immortal emperors followed behind Chu Bei and murmured, "Woo!" As they went deeper, a terrifying howl sounded in this chaotic Star Island domain, like the cry of evil spirits. Then, the calm sea surface started to wind again. This was no ordinary wind, but a hurricane formed by Dao runes that swept over. It was an astonishing power that was terrifying to the extreme. Even people as powerful as Yi Fan, No Beginning, and the others had no choice but to release their emperor power to resist. As for those immortal kings, if not for the protection of the Butcher, the Fake Medicine Seller, Willow Deity, and the other half-immortal emperors, they would already be unable to move an inch. Don't go any further. At this moment, a low and cold voice sounded out of thin air. The source of the voice couldn't be found. Who is it? Hearing this, the group of experts frowned. Crack, crack. Not long after, a series of crisp sounds sounded in everyone's ears. The sky that Chu Bei had repaired collapsed again. Not only that, but looking around, this chaotic Star Island domain that contained supreme and terrifying energy was actually falling apart. Seeing this scene, the group of immortal kings and half-immortal emperors trembled. The scene before them was too shocking and horrifying. This method, Yi Fan, Vicious, and No Beginning looked at each other, and their expressions became even more serious. How terrifying was this chaotic Star Island? Even with their current strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to split it into several pieces. In their opinion, even the grey-robed old man at the ninth stage realm couldn't do it. Could it be that there's a real immortal emperor ahead? Just like Senior Chu. Thinking of this possibility, Vicious, No Beginning, and the other half-immortal emperors frowned deeply and couldn't help but become vigilant. Rumble. Just as countless experts were guessing, the chaotic Star Island that had turned into hundreds and thousands of pieces suddenly went berserk. It was as if they had received some kind of instruction as they charged towards the group of powerhouses from all directions. Chapter 500. Oh no! The group of quasi-immortal emperors behind Chu Bei sensed the terrifying energy contained in the shattered chaotic realm sea, and their expressions changed. Perhaps they could still protect themselves, but those immortal kings definitely had no chance of survival. Fortunately, just as the group of immortal kings felt fear in their hearts, the colorful ripples around Chu Bei, who was at the front, spread out. He stood in the air, and the colorful ripples kept spreading with him as the center, blocking the fragments of the chaotic realm sea that came from all directions. The two collided, and the void buzzed. They were in a stalemate and consumed each other's energy. Don't go any further. Leave. At this moment, the low and cold voice sounded in everyone's minds again, as if warning and comforting them. Chubei ignored it. He put his hands behind his back, looked ahead, and continued forward. Although Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and the others were afraid, they couldn't stop their curiosity. In addition, with Chubei around, they followed closely. Rumble. Suddenly, a black bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blocking Chubei's path. The aura of this black lightning was even more terrifying than the heavenly punishment that quasi-immortal emperors had experienced. It had a world-destroying aura, and the terrifying lightning fell like a waterfall. Looking carefully, there was a stone tablet in the lightning. There were 5 bright words carved on the tablet, and they could be seen clearly. The opportunity to become an emperor. Seeing the 5 words on the tablet, some immortal kings couldn't help but exclaim. Look! The dark matter has appeared again. What's going on? Hasn't the source been destroyed? Could it be that the 9th stage quasi-immortal emperor and the rotten wooden box are not the source of the dark matter? The group of immortal kings stared at the stone tablet in the lightning. When they felt the dark aura released by it, their expressions suddenly froze. The butcher, willow deity, chicken farmer, and the others also frowned, and their expressions were extremely ugly. If you don't leave now, you will never be able to leave. The low and long sigh sounded again, like some kind of obsession, echoing in everyone's ears. At the same time, scenes from the past appeared around the stone tablet. The grey-robed elder, feather emperor, grey emperor, and grand emperor had all lingered about this place. They stared at the monument for a long time, and in the end, they seemed to have comprehended something, leaving with happy expressions. It was also after that that Emperor Yu and Emperor Kang killed their descendants one after another, burying cultivators in one stellar region after another. Do you think I still need the opportunity you gave me? Chubei glanced at the stone tablet with disdain. He reached out with his right hand and pressed down. With a boom, the stone tablet and the rolling lightning easily shattered. Regardless of whether it was the grey-robed elder, Emperor Kang, Emperor Yu, or Grand Emperor, they had all been bewitched by these 3 words and turned to cultivate the power of darkness. We've reached the end. There's no path left. After shattering the stone stele, the group followed Chubei and continued their journey. But not long after, the primal chaos boundary wall appeared, and there was no way out. Bang! Right when countless experts were at a loss, Chubei's fist smashed out. Following an explosion sound, the primal chaos boundary wall collapsed. Right at this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. On the other side of this so-called end was an island. On the island, black mist surged, surging violently. The density of the darkness matter was even greater than the wooden chest the grey-robed elder held before, almost condensing into a liquid state. Could it be that this is the true source of darkness? The group of experts were stupefied. Only to see great Tao symbols float in the black mist, containing unmatched profound mysteries. This was something that exceeded half-immortal emperor level. Honglong. Another loud noise sounded. The dark island shook, endless light erupting from its depths. That type of power made one's heart tremble, even half-immortal emperors were moved. It contained the aura of immortal emperors, divine might matchless. Could it be that there are immortal emperors living on that island? Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and the others' expressions became serious. If it really was as they guessed, then all of this still wasn't over. Perhaps there would be a true battle between immortal emperors next. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and the others couldn't help but gasp as they looked at Chubei's back, some worry appearing in their eyes. Perhaps you can succeed. The low voice that had appeared many times before sounded in everyone's consciousness again. What was different was that this time, a ball of light appeared in front of Chubei. A living being was wrapped in the ball of light, shrouded in light mist. He sat there cross-legged, suddenly opening his eyes, giving off an incomparably mysterious feeling. A damaged immortal emperor's divine soul? Sensing the living being's aura, Yi Fan and Wuxia guessed. The other party's strength was clearly above theirs, but the energy contained within was not far above theirs, which was why they had this guess. I am a remnant soul, and also a wisp of origin spirit imprint. The living being in the ball of light spoke. His gaze fell on Chu Bei. You are very strong. Perhaps you can really survive. Chu Bei smiled and didn't say anything. He stepped onto the dark island. After being stunned for a moment, the group of experts immediately followed, also stepping onto the dark island. For them, in this kind of place, following Chu Bei was the safest. The Dark Island, the true end of the Realm Sea, was also known as the ancient final destination. There is a living being there. The group of half-immortal emperors and immortal kings followed closely behind Chu Bei. When they stepped onto the island, the ancient final destination shook violently, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Then, an immortal king's mouth opened wide, crying out in alarm. They saw that in the depths of the island, the dark matter was dense, and a hazy figure could be faintly seen. Although they couldn't see its specific appearance, they could make out its rough outline. It was a huge humanoid creature. He sat cross-legged on a black rock, his body incomplete, not moving at all. Bang! Chu Bei waved his sleeve, and a boundless colorful light burst forth, instantly dispersing the dark matter around the humanoid creature. In the next moment, the group of experts completely saw that humanoid creature. His entire body was pitch black, his body rotten, and was continuously emitting dense black mist. That was a corpse. He was extremely damaged, as if he was torn apart, splitting apart from his head, extending all the way to his abdomen. The upper half of his body was missing, for example, half a head, left arm, left leg, and other part. Emperor corpse. Turns out he is the true source of darkness. The group of experts stared blankly at the black mist released from the ruined corpse, their pupils suddenly contracting, carrying shock. No, he is breathing, he is still alive. Without beginning said. He clearly saw that Emperor corpse's mouth open and close. When it absorbed, that was the life energy of great star domains, but when it spat out, it was indeed the terrifying dark matter that corroded one's soul. You killed them, you deserve death. A dignified voice sounded from the depths of the island, intimidating everyone's souls. The voice drifted about. The island rumbled, the thick black mist releasing strange buzzing noises. Then, that emperor corpse moved. He raised his head, his eyes releasing two beams of resplendent light, scarlet red like blood, gushing out like a large expanse of scarlet flames, horrifying one's mind. Meeting those two beams of light, the group of experts trembled. Under those terrifying eyes, it was like there was a will that wanted to control their bodies, wanting to destroy their souls. Fortunately, just as their souls were on the verge of collapse, a clear energy brushed past their bodies, cleansing the energy in the Emperor Corpse's eyes. The Emperor Corpse looked at Chu Bei, killing intent condensing into substance. With him as the center, extremely dense dark energy burst forth, covering the sky and surging towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei was expressionless. At the same time, rainbow light curled around his body, interweaving into a beautiful divine rainbow that welcomed the rolling black mist. Wung wung. With a loud rumble, ancient final destination split into two halves. In the sky above the Emperor Corpse's half, black mist curled up, one couldn't even see one's fingers, so dark that it made one's hair stand on end. On the other hand, the half of the island where Chu Bei and the group of experts were located was filled with colorful divine light. At this moment, the huge ancient final destination seemed to have become a perfectly round sphere. Half of it was black light, the other half was rainbow light, the two fighting and interweaving. Clang! With a metallic ringing sound, a sword core shot out from the black mist, splitting the heavens and bringing with it a loud noise, hacking towards Chu Bei. Wherever the sword embryo passed, the boundless dark matter immediately turned into a shocking storm, forming all kinds of chaotic ancient beasts. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, attacking Chu Bei. That's a real emperor weapon. Feeling the aura coming from the sword embryo, the experts' faces changed drastically. Even though the sword embryo's aura wasn't directed at them, They felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't muster up any will to resist. As for Chu Bei, he remained silent. He glanced at the sword embryo indifferently, clenched his fist, and punched out. Rumble. Amidst the explosion, a colorful fist mark covered in emperor runes intertwined and collided with the sword embryo. You've also become an emperor. How can another immortal emperor be born in this big region? The emperor corpse seemed to have realized Chu Bei's fighting strength, and there was a hint of surprise in his cold voice. You've killed too many. It's time for you to sleep forever, Chu Bei replied, his voice emotionless. Those who offend me can only die. The emperor corpse suddenly stood up from the black rock, and the gaze it looked at Chu Bei with became even colder. In the next moment, with an earth-shattering roar, the emperor corpse's eyes shot out two golden divine rainbows, entangling the living being in the light not far behind Chu Bei. You and I are of the same origin. It's time for us to become one, said the emperor corpse. The living being in the light shouted. He tried his best to resist, but he was only able to hold on for a moment before he was forcefully dragged into the emperor corpse's body by the two divine rainbows. I'm still me, but you're no longer me. A faint sigh sounded. It was the voice of the primordial spirit imprint. No matter how much we've changed, we're still one. This is an indisputable fact. The emperor corpse's black light flickered. As the cold voice sounded, his body became complete. The rotten parts were repaired, and his aura rose. He was simply a living and powerful existence. You're also an immortal emperor. You've come here to quell the source of darkness. This darkness is produced in your body, but you don't know that someone as strong as me is also a victim of this darkness. This was the primordial spirit imprint talking to Chu Bei. At this point, he slapped the black stone behind him. With a bang, the black stone exploded. It was earth-shattering, and immortal emperor runes bloomed in the sky. Just as the black stone turned into powder, thunder rumbled in the turbid sky, and dense divine chains of order appeared. Among them, there was a hole, and black clouds were churning in the hole. The scary thing was that there were sparkling droplets floating in the black clouds. They were like black blood droplets, and it seemed like they would drip down at any time. Mission 6 issued. Host has cleared the path to heaven. Mission reward: after the host unlocks the level 16 commodity authority, his cultivation will be directly raised to the peak of level 16. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Chapter 501. What kind of place is that? The group of experts stared at the pitch-black hole above their heads in astonishment. Endless terrifying laws seeped out from that place, possessing an aura that made one tremble. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. A stone steely fell from the hole, 16 large words clearly engraved on it. Above the heavens, eternity exists, reincarnation is difficult to overturn, a supreme land. Back then, after I stepped into the immortal emperor realm, I came to the end of this realm sea. However, because my emperor realm hadn't stabilized, that drop of blood invaded my body. Even someone as strong as me was corrupted. That primordial spirit imprint continued. What? This emperor corpse isn't the source of the darkness. Even he was corrupted by the darkness. Then where exactly is the source of the darkness? Is it that hole? Above the heavens? What kind of existence is there? Hearing the words of that primordial spirit imprint, the group of half-immortal emperors and immortal kings instantly revealed looks of disbelief. When they looked at that terrifying pitch-black hole again, they couldn't help but gasp, their hearts trembling. If what the other party said was true, then this drop of black blood was too terrifying. It could even corrupt immortal emperors. You've said enough. You can shut up now. Suddenly, the emperor corpse's cold voice covered the primordial spirit imprint's voice. At the same time, dense killing intent surged towards Chu Bei. Those who offend this emperor, die. This was that emperor corpse speaking. His pupils turned pitch black holes. With just a glance, even immortal kings would lose their minds, incomparably terrifying. With a wong sound, that sword core flew into the emperor corpse's hand, erupting with endless light, emitting immortal emperor aura. Kill. A cold voice sounded. The Emperor corpse held the sword core with both hands, suddenly slashing at Chu Bei. In an instant, the originally clamorous ancient Final Destination became quiet. Including Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and the others, the group of experts immediately flew out of the ancient Final Destination, watching from the distant sea region, fearing that they would be affected by the battle between the two immortal emperors. In reality, this wasn't the case. The main reason was because the Emperor corpse and Chu Bei compressed their power in this ancient Final Destination, otherwise, there wouldn't be a single safe place in this entire realm sea. Rumble. The sword core shone resplendently. Its sharp aura tore apart the primal chaos above the ancient land. Its might was extremely powerful. At the tip of the sword, there was a river of time and all kinds of immortal emperor runes intertwining. This was the true power of an immortal emperor. His might was released, boundless and immeasurable. Chu Bei didn't try to dodge this attack. He calmly met it head-on. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. The hilt of the sword was interwoven with the power of faith of the heavens, while the body of the sword was interwoven with hundreds of millions of great Tao profundities. Clang! When the two immortal emperor weapons collided, a dazzling sword light burst out, destroying the heaven and earth. The stalemate lasted for a long time. With a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the sword embryo. It was also at this moment that the great emperor corpse's hair stood on end. A trace of ice-cold sword edge touched his body. Kaila. The emperor corpse's right arm was cut open, blood splashing in all directions, making the sky dome collapse. This was his immortal emperor blood. The emperor corpse's expression became even more unsightly. The immortal light around his body became even more resplendent. He retracted the sword embryo and once again smashed towards the long sword in Chu Bei's hand. But this time, the instant they collided, the sword embryo in the emperor corpse's hand broke. Then, that strange long sword in his line of sight directly pierced over. The emperor corpse's heart sank, as if he felt the threat of death. His figure immediately disappeared from his original spot, appearing at the end of the realm sea in another direction. However, what made his heart palpitate was that the long sword also followed closely behind. Kaila. The emperor corpse's pupils suddenly constricted. All the immortal emperor power in his body surged into his fists, using it to block that long sword. But the result was extremely powerless. That long sword easily cut open the emperor corpse's fists, and then cut him in half at the waist. Blood spurted out. What made the emperor corpse even more terrified was that before his upper and lower body could recombine, a formless immortal emperor power forcefully dragged him back to the ancient Final Destination. Then, a figure appeared in front of him, clenching his fists. Boom! Chu Bei quickly punched out, each of his fists fiercely landing on the emperor corpse's body, containing terrifying immortal emperor power. In just a few seconds, the emperor corpse was completely blown apart by Chu Bei. His body was torn into pieces, constantly exploding into pieces of flesh and blood, bringing along a rain of blood as they exploded in the surroundings. The blazing battle's aftermath would occasionally spread out of the ancient Final Destination, dazzling and resplendent. The group of experts could no longer stay in the same place, and could only continue to retreat, looking for a safe place. Senior Chu, so terrifying. They're both immortal emperors, but there's such a big gap between them. Fortunately, the one who has the advantage is Senior Chu. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the group of experts saw the situation on the battlefield clearly, they looked at each other in dismay. Finally, the emperor corpse let out a long cry of pain. His minced flesh began to rise with black flames, and immortal emperor divine chains soared into the sky. Extreme sublimation, he broke free from Chu Bei's continuous attacks, and recombined his body. You deserve to die. The emperor corpse's killing intent was already strong to the point where it couldn't be any stronger. Clearly, he felt a threat from Chu Bei's body, and even didn't hesitate to burn his origin blood essence, just to raise his combat strength again. This emperor's strength has recovered, let's fight again. The emperor corpse's jet-black eyes firmly locked onto Chu Bei, and his voice was cold. At this time, under the burning of his origin blood essence, His body became increasingly dark, and the surging immortal emperor power was vast and boundless. If not for Chu Bei blocking it, Realm C might have already been completely shaken, and all living things would have been killed. The emperor corpse attacked again. His main body directly transformed into a giant dark palm, and slapped at Chu Bei. This was his strongest attack that gathered all the immortal emperor power in his body. It's over. Chu Bei's voice was very calm, still without the slightest emotion, as if he was narrating an unimportant matter. As his indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei's body turned illusory, turning into billions of figures, densely packed, and covering the sky and earth. Looking carefully, these billions of figures all looked like Chu Bei, but their auras were different. What kind of divine ability is this? How is this possible? Before the giant dark palm formed by the Emperor Corpse's main body bombarded Chu Bei's body, he let out a cry of horror. But at this time, he already had no way to escape, and had no choice but to continue attacking. At the same time, the countless Chu Bei figures that filled every direction, carrying different immortal emperor auras, formed fist seals from different directions, and attacked that giant palm together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a series of terrifying attacks, the giant dark palm turned back into the Emperor Corpse's appearance, and he was sent flying, constantly coughing out black blood. The attack continued. This scene was too terrifying. As time passed, the Emperor Corpse's body was penetrated, some fists blasted out of his body, bringing out large amounts of black blood, some fists smashed into his face, penetrating his brain. The Emperor Corpse's aura began to become chaotic, and in addition to killing intent, there was also fear in his shrill roar. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this latecomer would actually be so terrifying. Even though he was burning his origin blood essence, he was still no match for his opponent. Let me see who you are. The Emperor Corpse's voice was filled with unwillingness. He used his Emperor technique to deduce Chu Bei's past and present. No, impossible. The Emperor Corpse muttered. The Emperor Corpse muttered to itself. Its gaze towards Chu Bei was filled with disbelief and astonishment. He could not deduce his opponent's past, and there was a great karma preventing him from probing, so he could not see anything. Any last words? After an unknown period of time, the Emperor Corpse's origin blood essence was finally burned out, and his life was truly coming to an end. Thank you. This time, it was not the Emperor Corpse that spoke, but the primordial spirit imprint at the beginning. He was thanking Chu Bei, as though he had been freed. Wang Wang. The golden disc flew across the sky, and the center of the disc was facing the pile of Emperor Corpse, and a powerful suction force surged out. Crunch, crunch. A mouth appeared in the disc, and it was chewing the Emperor Corpse's flesh, smacking its lips in enjoyment. It's over. It's really over. Looking at the golden disc, the experts in the distance subconsciously swallowed their saliva and muttered to themselves. The experts from different spacetime and ancient immortal kings stared blankly at Chu Bei and the resplendent golden bowl in the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. They had followed him all the way from the Realm C Dam, witnessed him stepping on the path of darkness, destroying countless guidance ancient palaces, and also saw him fight against Emperor Kang, Grand Emperor, and Emperor Yu. At first, they thought that his cultivation was roughly the same as Emperor Kang and the other two, or perhaps slightly stronger, until the grey-robed elder appeared. Unexpectedly, he was actually a true immortal emperor. After that, they continued to follow and came to the ancient final destination, and personally witnessed the outcome of the battle between the two emperors. They had experienced countless great eras, and their mental states had long become unperturbed, but following him all the way made their emotions rise and fall, difficult to calm down. Everything was too shocking. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the gazes of the experts, Chu Bei put away the golden disc, and his eyes indifferently swept over the collapsed Realm Sea. His hands interweaved, and endless runes flew out from his palms, flying towards various parts of this great region. Amidst rumbling sounds, the collapsed Realm Sea was restored, and the endless star fields began to recover one after another. In Immortal Domain, those cultivators who were corroded by darkness gradually recovered their consciousness, and the bodies of the dead cultivators reformed, and their souls gathered once more. Yi! I didn't die. I remember being killed by the creatures of darkness. What happened? I'm alive, I'm alive. This is really too great. It's Senior Chu. All of this is because of Senior Chu. It's him who revived our companions. Seeing their companions who had fought side by side come back to life, Immortal Domain's cultivators cried out in excitement, and then they all kowtowed towards Chu Bei in the image in the sky. Master, that is? Yi Fan stepped on the river of time and arrived in front of Chu Bei, pointing at the hole above the ancient final destination, and couldn't help but ask. There were black drops of blood floating in the hole, and the aura made his heart palpitate, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 502. At the limits of Realm C, including Without Beginning, Vicious, Willow Deity, Butcher, Shahao and the others, when they heard Yi Fan's question, they all gave the cave entrance a look. Then, they looked towards Chu Bei, their eyes carrying confusion and curiosity. The path that leads above high heavens. When his calm voice sounded, Chu Bei nodded towards Yi Fan and Shahao. Then, with his hands behind his back, he flew towards the cave entrance where the black blood droplet was rising and falling. Hurry and look. It's a living creature. The instant Chu Bei entered the cave entrance, the experts on ancient final earth all opened their mouths in shock. They only saw that the cave entrance immediately seemed to have come alive. Scarlet blood water appeared, slowly flowing about like a river, like a lake, but also like a sea. In the blood water, countless great graves floated about, every single great grave releasing a terrifying aura. The weakest was at the Immortal King level. Chu Bei stood on the blood water, colorful ripples curling about the surface of his body. His hands were behind his back, calmly sweeping his eyes over his surroundings. Following a cold shout, the great graves in the blood water that were originally moving towards him immediately drifted into the distance. Faint cries of fear could be heard from within the great graves. Pang! Chu Bei's fist smashed out. Following an explosive noise, the enormous cave entrance collapsed, splitting into pieces. You still haven't died completely. Right at this time, that black blood droplet trembled intensely, swaying crazily. An ice-cold voice full of dignity sounded from within. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying blood water began to stir. One could only see countless great graves explode one after another. Berserk creatures began to rush out, carrying incomparably terrifying auras. They released strange cries from their mouths. It wasn't just these graves. Countless creatures began to appear from the blood water as well. Could those be creatures from above high heavens? Ruthless and Boundless muttered to themselves as they watched the scene unfold before them. As for the Butcher, Willow Deity and a few other experts who didn't know what was going on, they all revealed looks of shock. Pang! Chu Bei punched out again, and the black drop of blood exploded. Boundless dark aura swept out. The dark matter was even more terrifying than the aura released by the Emperor Corpse, but soon, the dark aura was shattered into nothingness by the colorful ripples released by Chu Bei. How dare you? That cold and dignified voice sounded again. Bang! Chu Bei's expression remained unchanged as he punched out a third time. This time, the hole disappeared, and a bright path that led to an unknown place appeared. A corpse actually has such strength. Suddenly, a figure walked over from the end of the resplendent path. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. The moment he arrived, the blood water below began to churn, and blood-colored water tornadoes shot up into the sky. The middle-aged man glanced at the ancient final destination below. His sharp gaze swept across the experts below as he gradually frowned. Who is this person? Could it be that it's from above the heavens? What kind of place is that? Not good. My power has been sealed by him. How is that possible? It's just a ray of light from his eyes. His aura is even stronger than the old man of annihilation. The experts shuddered when they met the middle-aged man's gaze, and then fear appeared on their faces. A terrifying force shot out from the middle-aged man's eyes and penetrated their bodies in an instant, sealing their immortal force and preventing them from moving. Just as the experts were looking at the middle-aged man on the resplendent path in astonishment, the middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The Emperor Corpse has disappeared. The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed something, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. However, he soon muttered to himself, "That's right, after countless epochs, it's time for it to disappear completely. Are you delusional enough to think you can leave this place? I'm the overseer of this place, and I'm suppressing this place. Don't even think about it. If you don't leave, don't blame me for killing all of you here." The middle-aged man's voice was cold and dignified. "The seal is gone, I've regained my freedom." Is the place he's referring to the world we're in right now? Then where is he going when he says he's leaving? Above the heavens? The group of experts did not leave. They looked at each other and then turned their gazes to Chu Bei on the other side. At this moment, the middle-aged man also noticed Chu Bei's existence. His face turned solemn as soon as he took a look. He did not sense the existence of this person with his divine consciousness. However, his eyes told him that this person was right in front of him and had been there since before he arrived. "Were you the one who attacked just now?" The middle-aged man frowned and fixed his eyes on Chu Bei as he questioned him. Chu Bei looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. He did not answer the middle-aged man's question, and he clenched his fist and was about to attack again. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately shouted. With overflowing anger, he instantly blocked in front of Chu Bei. In an instant, the golden light on the resplendent path below surged. The living beings in the blood below screamed in terror and fled immediately. The middle-aged man attacked. A broad saber appeared, and the blade carried emperor runes. It swept across and targeted Chu Bei. The cold saber light surged like waves and spread into the distance. The experts on the ancient final ground, such as Tu Fu, Willow Deity, and the other first-stage quasi-immortal emperors, felt a chill in their hearts. It was an instinctive feeling of fear. Fortunately, the saber light that made their hearts palpitate was not directed at them. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been turned into nothingness in an instant. However, although it was not directed at them, they still did not have it easy. It was as if their souls and bodies were about to be separated. It was extremely painful. "You're only a perfected quasi-immortal emperor." Chu Bei revealed the middle-aged man's cultivation base. Then, he reached out his hand to meet the broad saber. Clang! With the sound of metal vibrating, Chu Bei used only 2 fingers to clamp down on the blade. At this moment, the terrifying emperor aura on the broad saber disappeared, and the blade could not move an inch further. When he saw this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, the broad saber exploded, turning into countless pieces. Immortal! Immortal Emperor! The middle-aged man snapped back to reality. His pupils suddenly contracted, his expression changing greatly. "This great one won't kill you. Just move aside." Chu Bei looked at the middle-aged man indifferently, his voice calm. When this overseer appeared, he didn't kill Yi Fan, Shahao, and the others, giving them a path of life, allowing them to leave. Chu Bei was also like this, also giving the other party a path of life. That emperor corpse. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something. It was destroyed by this great one. Chu Bei's voice was calm. When he heard Chu Bei's words, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, a bit of restraining fear appearing in his eyes. Then, he moved aside. He was at the consummate level of a half-immortal emperor, number 1 below immortal emperor. However, when facing an immortal emperor, he still didn't have the strength to retaliate, unable to raise any will to fight. Back then, that emperor corpse also came here when it was still alive. However, back then, his cultivation realm wasn't stable enough, and there just happened to be a black drop of blood here, directly corroding it. However, for the person before him, that black drop of blood not only didn't have any effect, it was instead blasted to pieces by the other party. As for the owner of this black drop of blood, even though he was the overseer, he still didn't know his origins. Finally, Chu Bei appeared at the end of the resplendent passage. Meanwhile, at this time, a chaotic and misty world appeared in the line of sight of ancient Final Earth's experts. "Is that above heaven above? I really want to take a look. Say, with our strength, what level do you think we will reach above heaven above?" The group of experts stared rigidly at the end of the resplendent passage, clamoring endlessly. Their faces carried excitement, as if they discovered a new continent. Chu Bei looked at the chaotic world at the end of the passage. Right when he was about to enter, a mysterious resistance forcefully stopped him outside. Even though he was already an immortal emperor, he still couldn't take a step forward. Host has quelled the source of darkness, opened up heaven above's path. Mission completed. Level 16 Commodity Authority unlocked. Host's cultivation has increased to the peak of level 16. Host must head to the Coiling Dragon Plain if you wish to unlock level 17. After several fruitless attempts to enter above heaven above, Chu Bei had no choice but to give up. It was also at this moment that the system's voice sounded in his mind. At the same time, Chu Bei's immortal emperor power from the system disappeared, but his own cultivation rose by a large level. With the cultivation system of Perfect World, the peak of level 16 was equivalent to a supreme being at the Mahayana stage. Master, can you bring us to take a look above heaven above? Yi Fan pointed at the chaotic world behind the resplendent path and couldn't help but ask. When your strength is enough, you can go and take a look yourselves. Chu Bei pretended to be profound. After saying that, he swept his gaze over Yi Fan and Shahao. Master has finished this trip, so it's time for me to leave. As soon as his voice fell, Chu Bei waved his sleeve, and the space-time wheel appeared. Then, under the gazes of countless experts, Chu Bei stepped in and disappeared from everyone's sight. Coiling Dragon World. Chu Bei stood on the great river of time, using his free time to review the Coiling Dragon World. After Chu Bei left, Shahao, who was still in ancient Final Destination, gave the overseer in the sky dome a look, clenching his fists tightly. The day will come when I defeat you, and then I will enter above the heavens. What qualifications does a trifling immortal king have to say these words? Do you know that even above heaven above, there are only 39 immortal emperors? Forget about immortal emperors, you might not even be able to enter half-immortal emperor. The middle-aged man shot Shahao a look of disdain, saying with a cold snort. As a half-immortal emperor at the great circle of the immortal emperor realm who was still a step away, the middle-aged man indeed had the qualifications to look down on Shahao. He had seen too many freaks. In the great heavens region behind him, forget about 1,000 years, he had even seen freaks who entered the immortal king realm in 300 years. However, in the end, the other party still couldn't enter half-immortal emperor realm even after countless great eras. In 1,000 years at most, I will come and fight you. Shahao looked straight at the middle-aged man. When his indifferent voice sounded, he turned around and left. Then, the butcher, Willow Deity, the fake medicine seller and the ancient immortal kings all left after giving the middle-aged man a final look. Yi Fan, without beginning, Vicious and the other experts from the other spacetime also entered the great river of time one after another, returning to their own spacetime. Chapter 503. The Coiling Dragon Plain. The Yulon Continent. The Kingdom of Funlai. Wushan Township. This little town was located in the easternmost part of the kingdom, not far from the mountain range of magical beasts. It wasn't very large, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a large village. The sun rose from the east, and the warm sunlight pierced through the trees, leaving behind mottled spots of light on the bluestone roads. At this moment, on an empty field, a group of children who had just finished their physical training were gathered around a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's name was Hillman. He was the captain of the Baruch clan's guards, and a powerful warrior of the 6th rank. Uncle Hillman, we've all finished our training. You promised to tell us about the legendary 4 supreme warriors. One of the children shook Hillman's arm. All of you, come over here. Hillman waved his hand towards the group of children. His half-exposed upper body was covered with saber scars and sword scars. Wonderful. The group of children immediately sat down in the meditative position, all of them resting their chins on their hands, their eyes filled with eagerness. In our continent, warriors are divided into 9 levels. Above warriors of the 9th rank are the saint-level combatants. There are very few saint-level combatants, but every single one of them is an awe-inspiring, powerful existence. They can cause enormous icebergs to melt, cause boundless seas to roar with rage, cause towering mountains to crumble, cause cities with millions of people to be destroyed, and cause countless meteors to fall from the skies. They are invincible, supreme existences. Speaking to this point, Hillman paused, his gaze sweeping across the group of children. In front of a saint-level combatant, even dozens of warriors of the 9th rank working together are no match for him. The difference in levels isn't something that can be made up for by numbers. However, there are exceptions, and that is the 4 supreme warriors. The so-called 4 supreme warriors are the Dragonblood warriors, the Violet Flame warriors, the Tiger-striped warriors, and the Undying warriors. When the 4 supreme warriors reach the 9th rank, they have the power to battle against saint-level combatant. When they reach the saint level as well, they become invincible existences amongst the saint-level combatant. Under the gleaming gazes of the group of children, the middle-aged man methodically narrated the stories of the 4 supreme warriors. Uncle Hillman, when do you think I can become a Saint Realm expert? At this time, a 6 or 7-year-old boy stared at Hillman with wide eyes. Young Master Linley, Lord Hogg is calling for you. It seems he has something important to tell you. Before Hillman could answer the boy's question, a plainly dressed man ran over. Father, why are you looking for me? The little boy mumbled and waved at Hillman. Uncle Hillman, I'll come look for you later. The boy's name was Linley. His full name was Linley Baruch. He was the owner of the entire Wushan township, and the eldest son of the Baruch clan. The Baruch clan was an extremely ancient clan. In the past, it had been extremely prosperous. However, after thousands of years of decline, only 3 members of the clan remained. Patriarch Hogg Baruch and his 2 sons, Linley and Wharton. Big brother, hug me. As soon as Linley returned to his residence, a 2 or 3-year-old child, who couldn't even walk properly, came running up to him with his chubby little hands. Wharton, what did you learn today? Linley picked up little Wharton and laughed. Big brother, today I did some cleaning. First, I used a linen cloth to wipe the floor. Then, I wiped the chamber pot. Finally, I wiped Daddy's bowl. Little Wharton looked at Linley with his pure, unadulterated eyes. He looked very innocent. No matter what, you can't tell Daddy about these things. Hearing little Wharton's words, Linley's eyes widened. And then, after playing with little Wharton for a while, he ran into the ancestral hall. Within the ancestral hall, a middle-aged man was seated at the head of the table. On the table next to him, there was some tea, as though he was waiting for someone. Father, what business do you have with me? Linley arrived at the ancestral hall. Seeing the middle-aged man's luxurious robes, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Normally, his father would dress very simply at home. Why was he dressed so formally today? Linley, you are now 6 years old. It is time for you to learn about the affairs of our Baruch clan. Hogg rose from his chair. After closing the door to the ancestral hall, he lit several rows of candles. Instantly, the ancestral hall was brightly lit. Under the illumination of the candles, the rows of memorial tablets on the counter were particularly eye-catching. Father, are you finally willing to tell your child? Little Linley's hands were tugging at the corners of his clothes, clearly nervous. He had asked this question more than once, but his father had always replied that the time wasn't right. Who would have thought that on the day he officially turned 6, his father would voluntarily tell him? Linley, have you heard of the legendary 4 supreme warriors? Hogg looked straight at little Linley. Little Linley nodded solemnly. Your child has heard Uncle Hillman speak of them. They are the Violet Flame warriors, the Tiger-striped warriors, the Undying warriors, and the Dragonblood warriors. Correct. What your father is going to tell you is that the 4 supreme warriors actually represent 4 ancient clans. But our Baruch clan is an ancient clan that contains the noble blood of the Dragonblood warriors. Hogg's face was filled with pride, and his tone was filled with absolute pride. He continued in a clear voice, our Baruch clan has existed for 5,000 years. In the entire kingdom of Funlai, you won't be able to find a clan that has existed longer than ours. What? We are a clan of the Dragonblood warriors. Linley's mind suddenly buzzed. Linley, Take a look at these spirit tablets and see what is written on them. Hogg walked to the counter and selected several spirit tablets. Biting his index finger, he dripped a drop of blood onto each tablet, then handed it to little Linley. Shortly afterwards, the spirit tablets began to be filled with tiny characters, as though they were recording something. Linley accepted the spirit tablet and stared at it. As he did, his frail body suddenly trembled. Baruch. The first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulon continent. Year 4560 of the Yulon calendar. Baruch battled against a black dragon and a titanic frost WRM at the gates of Linnan City. In the end, he slew both the titanic frost WRM and the black dragon, and his fame shook the world. Year 4579 of the Yulon calendar. Baruch battled against a 9-headed serpent emperor at the North Sea. That day, the waves of the sea were unceasing, and the city was destroyed. After a day and night of fierce battle, Baruch finally slew the 9-headed serpent emperor. In the end, he established the Baruch clan, and became the first clan leader, Ryan Baruch, the second Dragonblood warrior of the Yulon continent. Year 4690 of the Yulon calendar. In the mountain range of magical beasts, he defeated and subdued a saint-level gold dragon, becoming a gold dragon saint knight. Year 4697 of the Yulon calendar, Hazard Baruch, the third Dragonblood warrior of the Yulon continent. Born in year 5360 of the Yulon calendar. In his first battle at the mountain range of the setting sun, he battled a saint-level bloody-eyed maned lion, defeating it and forcing it to flee. His name shook the world. Lord Father, are they really my ancestors? Linley stared in a daze at the records of the spirit tablets. He couldn't help but gulp. After recovering from his shock, the blood in his body began to boil. He had never imagined that his own clan would be one of the legendary 4 supreme warriors, the Dragonblood warrior clan. But Lord Father, since our clan is a clan of the Dragonblood warriors, how did we end up like this? Are you a Dragonblood warrior? After his excitement, little Linley seemed to have realized something, and he immediately asked. Faced with little Linley's questioning gaze, Hogg shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. Sighing, he said, in our Baruch clan, if a descendant wishes to become a Dragonblood warrior, the most important thing is the density of the Dragonblood in their veins. The higher the density, the higher the chances of becoming a Dragonblood warrior. However, after so many generations, the density of the Baruch clan's bloodline has grown thinner and thinner. Slowly, the Baruch clan began to decline. Speaking to this point, Hogg looked expectantly at little Linley. Of course, this isn't absolute. Occasionally, there will be 1 or 2 descendants with a very high density of Dragonblood in their veins. Linley, you are already 6 years old. According to the rules of the clan, it is time to test the density of your bloodline. How do you test it? If the density of my bloodline is high, does that mean I can become a Dragonblood warrior? Little Linley looked expectantly at Hogg, eager to test it out. This is a Dragonblood needle. After speaking calmly, Hogg waved his right hand, and a 20-centimeter long silver needle appeared in his palm. Little Linley glanced at the silver needle. As though he knew what to do, he stretched out his small, white hand. Ancestors, bless us. If the Baruch clan continues to decline, perhaps one day, the Dragonblood warrior lineage will cease to exist. Hogg was even more nervous than little Linley. His eyes were fixed on the Dragonblood needle, which had already pierced into little Linley's arm. Slowly, the Dragonblood needle began to glow with a red light. But this red light lasted for less than 5 seconds before suddenly dimming, until the red light completely disappeared. Alas, a faint sigh escaped Hogg's mouth. Daddy, is the density of your child's bloodline not high enough to become a Dragonblood warrior? Hearing Hogg's sigh, little Linley raised his head, clenched his fists, and bit down on his lips, as though he was trying hard not to let his tears fall. Seeing little Linley's red eyes, Hogg's heart ached. He immediately held little Linley in his arms, comforting him. Don't be sad. Even if you can't become a Dragonblood warrior, as long as you train hard, in the future, you'll become a powerful warrior, just like Uncle Hillman. Right. Your child will work even harder. Even if I can't become a Dragonblood warrior, I'll still become a powerful warrior. Little Linley rubbed his red eyes, nodding his head heavily. Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. In the next instant, the entire ancestral hall began to shake violently, as though an earthquake had occurred. Tables, chairs, counters, and everything else were all knocked over. Linley, you stay here. Don't go anywhere. Father will go outside and see what's going on. Frowning, Hogg hid little Linley under a thick table, then stumbled out of the ancestral hall. Chapter 504. As soon as Hogg left, the ground began to tremble even more violently, as though an entire army was charging forward. Hey! What's this? Suddenly, with a clang sound, a pitch-black, ring-like object rolled to Linley's feet, covered with a layer of dust. A ring. Linley picked up the object, then rolled up his sleeves and gave it a good rub. Only then did he get rid of the dust on its surface. Seeing the object's true appearance, he murmured to himself. The ring was completely pitch-black. It seemed to be made of wood, but it also seemed to be made of stone. On its surface, the image of a divine dragon was engraved. Lord Father should know about this ring, right? Little Linley mumbled to himself. Just as he was carefully inspecting the pitch-black ring, with a hum sound, the space above him suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black hole. In the next instant, a figure walked out from the hole, neither too fast nor too slow. It was a man, dressed in a long green robe. Mission 1. The host shall sign a contract with Linley. The green-robed man was naturally Chu Bei. As soon as he emerged from the space-time wheel, the system's voice rang out in his mind. You, who are you? Why have you appeared in my clan's ancestral hall? Little Linley stared in terror at the figure who had appeared out of nowhere. His body shrank backwards, his little face filled with vigilance. Hearing the voice, Chu Bei turned to look. When he saw little Linley, he was startled at first, but when he saw the ring in Linley's hand, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Little Linley? Chu Bei asked tentatively. How do you know my name? Also, how did you come out from there? Hearing Chu Bei call out his name, Linley grew even more vigilant. At the same time, he didn't forget to point towards the hole behind Chu Bei, which had yet to be closed. Kid, don't be afraid. You and I are connected by destiny, so I've come to give you an opportunity. Look at that ring in your hand. Didn't I give it to you? Chu Bei pointed at the pitch-black ring in Linley's hand and laughed calmly. It's yours. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Linley lowered his head to look at the ring in his hand. You can call it the coiling dragon ring. Chu Bei leisurely walked towards Linley. Don't come over. Seeing Chu Bei draw closer, Linley retreated yet again. Little guy, you don't believe what I said, do you? Why don't you drip some blood onto the coiling dragon ring on your finger? Chu Bei paused. Linley hesitated for a moment. Biting his forefinger, he dripped some blood onto the coiling dragon ring. In an instant, the originally dark ring blossomed with a gorgeous light, and it actually flickered with a layer of hazy light. Gradually, the hazy light and shadow solidified until it turned into an amiable old man in a moon-white robe with white hair and beard. You. Who are you? Staring at the image of the white-haired old man floating out of the ring, little Linley's pupils contracted. Little doll, was it you who woke me up from my slumber? The white-haired old man sized up Linley, then said, My name is During Cowart, a saint-level Grand Magus of the Puant Empire. Today, I am the ring spirit of this ring. Puant Empire? The Puant Empire that was destroyed 5,000 years ago. And, you said you are a saint-level. Saint-level Grand Magus. Linley stared at During Cowart in disbelief, so much so that he completely forgot about Chu Bei's existence. His head was buzzing. What? You don't believe me? During Cowart laughed as he looked at Linley. But isn't this ring his? Linley stretched out his hand and pointed at Chu Bei. At this moment, During Cowart turned his attention to Chu Bei. Frowning, he let out a cold snort. Little fellow, you can't make jokes like this. 5,000 years ago, I acquired this ring. How can it be yours? Is the little fellow you speak of referring to me? Chu Bei stared intently at During Cowart, his face slowly turning cold. His calm voice emanated a terrifying aura that was filled with majesty. Sensing that terrifying aura, Durin Coward's body trembled. Instantly, a look of deep terror appeared in his eyes. You are, Durin Coward's body trembled. In this moment, it was as though he had been strangely imprisoned. He couldn't even return to the coiling dragon ring. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his eyes were filled with terror. Year 4280 of the Yulon calendar. You battled with Saint-level Grand Magus Hamlin. Who knew that another Saint-level warrior would secretly ambush you? In the end, you were defeated, but you sealed your soul within this coiling dragon ring of mine. Chu Bei calmly recounted Durin Coward's past. How do you know? Can it be that you really are the owner of this ring? Hearing Chu Bei's words, aside from fear, Durin Coward's face was now filled with deep shock. His battle with Hamlin had occurred 5,000 years ago. In addition, given his opponent's temperament, there was no way he would tell the outside world that he had joined forces with another Saint-level combatant to ambush him. For this reason, only the three of them should know about this battle. But who would have thought that the person in front of him would know? As he saw it, perhaps the person in front of him really was the owner of the coiling dragon ring, and had some sort of close connection to it. This was why he had been able to learn about their battle through the coiling dragon ring. In addition, from the aura emanating from this person, he had definitely surpassed the saint level. He had most likely become a deity. You will find out who I am in the future. Chu Bei glanced calmly at Durin Coward. After removing the pressure from Durin Coward visibly relaxed and let out a long breath. Why did you give this ring to me? Linley swallowed, looking at Chu Bei with growing nervousness. Although he wasn't very old, from the conversation between these two, he could tell that these two were monstrous freaks who had lived for 5,000 years or more. I was passing by this place and felt that there was some destiny between us, and so I wanted to take you on as my disciple. Chu Bei crossed his arms, smiling as he looked at little Linley. Take me on as your disciple? Linley was startled. Biting his lip, he pondered for a moment, then said, I'll have to wait for Lord Father to return before making a decision. Big brother, there's a huge monster outside. Right at this moment, little Wharton ran in unsteadily, as though he would fall at any moment. Monster! Linley glanced at Chu Bei, then hurriedly crawled out from under the table and picked up Wharton. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the ground, which had been stable for a moment, began to tremble once more, and in a rhythmic manner, as though an enormous creature was marching towards Baruch's manor. Because Baruch's manor was located in the easternmost part of the town, to the east of the manor was a mountain range. Between the mountain peaks, there was a large, empty space. Right now, this empty space was filled with people, all of them wielding weapons and staring vigilantly into the distance. Big brother, quick, look. It's that monster. As soon as little Wharton was carried out of the manor by Linley, his chubby little hands pointed towards the mountain range. It was a magical beast that was 20 or 30 meters long, and its entire body was covered with fiery red scales. Every single one of its scales gleamed with a cold, metallic light, causing one's heart to tremble. So huge. Can that be a magical beast? The other children in the town couldn't help but run out of their rooms, running to Linley's side. All of them turned their gazes towards that enormous creature. A magical beast of the 7th rank, a Velocidrigon. Why would it appear in such a remote place? Recognizing what that enormous creature was, a hint of surprise flashed through Durin Coward's eyes. The 7th rank? Then doesn't that mean it's even more powerful than Uncle Hillman? In Linley's eyes, Hillman was the most powerful warrior in the town, the most powerful person in the town. Why have you kids all come out? Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Right at this moment, a shout could be heard from afar. It was Hillman. Uncle Hillman, just let us stay here and take a look. It'll be fine. A little girl hugged Hillman's arm and said coquettishly, Fine. I'll let you take a look. But remember, no one is allowed to leave my side. After giving the order to the group of children, Hillman turned to look at Chu Bei. You aren't from this town, are you? I've never seen you before. As for Durin Coward, he had already returned to the coiling dragon ring. Even though he was within the ring, he was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. Uncle Hillman, he's just passing by. He wants to take me on as his disciple. Linley hid behind Hillman, still wary of Chu Bei. Take you on as his disciple? Hearing Linley's words, Hillman carefully sized up Chu Bei. Slowly, a frown appeared on his face. But just as he was about to ask something, the sounds of an intense battle could be heard from the direction of the mountains, as well as a terrifying roar. Quick, look. They're fighting. There seems to be someone on the back of that magical beast. Good heavens. That person was actually able to tame a velocidragon of the 7th rank. How terrifyingly powerful must he be? Linley and the other children all cried out in shock. Even Hillman couldn't help but hold his breath as he stared intently at the distant battlefield. There were a total of 7 people battling the velocidragon. From the looks of it, there were 5 warriors and 2 magi. Of the 7, the leader was a muscular man with short red hair. Beneath him was a pitch-black iron bull. Don't make any pointless struggles. The figure on the back of the velocidragon spoke calmly, his voice cold and indifferent. Fight to the death. The 7 simultaneously called out. Then die. The magus on the back of the velocidragon shook his head. As his calm voice rang out, he reached out with his right hand and gently patted the velocidragon. Row. Instantly, the velocidragon raised its head to the sky and roared. Opening its mouth, an incomparably large column of flame shot out towards the 7 people. Crackle. 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 Wherever the column of flame passed, the previously empty ground was instantly scorched black. In some places, because of the expansion and contraction of the heat, the ground began to crack. Not good. The fire is spreading. Everyone, retreat. Good heavens. If we were to be burned by those flames, we'd instantly turn to ash. Hogg and the others, who were already at the front, saw the raging flames. Their faces changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Soon, Hogg and the others had all retreated to where Chu Bei, Hillman, and the others were. Quick, retreat. They're attacking. At the edge of the clearing, Hillman's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he immediately led the group of children in retreat. Rumble. The fierce battle that had been taking place at the base of the mountain range of magical beasts suddenly began to move towards Wushan Township. Amidst the roars of the velocidragon, the houses on both sides of the street began to tremble even more violently. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the 7 people and the velocidragon had reached the town. Chapter 505. As the battle grew more and more intense, one house after another was reduced to rubble. Even the stone pavement was blown apart by the intense heat. During this process, the townspeople began to scream in terror. Under Hogg's lead, they all ran towards the west side of the town, their faces filled with terror. Dance of the Flaming Serpents. Suddenly, the velocidragon ceased its attacks. The magus on its back leapt into the air, his hands dancing in a rhythmic pattern. With a cold voice, 7 fire serpents, each dozens of meters long, began to coalesce in front of him. Upon closer inspection, each of the fire serpents seemed to be alive. Their scales were clearly defined, and their enormous size made one's heart tremble. The 7 fire serpents circled in the air above the town, burning half the sky red. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire Wushan Township rose by dozens of degrees, as though it had become a giant oven. Dance of the Flaming Serpents, a spell of the 8th rank. That old man is actually a magus of the 8th rank. Staring at the 7 giant fire serpents in the air above the town, Hillman's face changed. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. When he looked at the old man again, his eyes were filled with dread. Of the same rank, a magus of the 8th rank had a far higher status than a warrior of the 8th rank. This was because on the battlefield, a magus of the 8th rank was equivalent to a large-scale killing machine. In the entire kingdom of Funlai, the number of magi of the 8th rank could be counted on 2 hands. Why would a magus of the 8th rank appear in a small, remote town like ours? Hogg frowned, his face solemn. Lord Father, I can't become a dragonblood warrior, but I can become a magus. I can become as powerful as him. Little Linley stared at the 7 giant fire serpents, his eyes seeing stars. Witnessing the scene on the battlefield, everyone in the town was stunned. Not good. Quick, run. The leader of the squad of 7 seemed to have sensed the terrifying aura hidden within the fire serpents, and he immediately began to shout. Do you think you can run? Accept the baptism of death. The old man's cold voice was like a bone-piercing knife, stabbing into the hearts of the 7 men. In the next instant, with a loud boom, the 7 giant fire serpents descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the houses in the town began to burn wildly. The flames rose to the heavens. It was a scene of disaster. Lord Hog, our homes are gone. Looking at the raging flames, the residents who had already arrived at the edge of the town felt a sense of sorrow. On the battlefield, the 7 fire snakes shot out by the old man were like living creatures. Each of them quickly found a target and charged toward it. Amidst the shrill screams, 7 fire snakes could be seen chasing after the 7 members of the team. First, the 2 female magicians were engulfed by the fire snakes, then the 4 warriors, and finally the leader of the team. Dead, all dead. Staring at the 7 charred corpses, the townspeople all gulped, staring in terror at the magus of the 8th rank on the back of the Velocidragon. Rumble. The earth trembled once more. In the space of a few breaths, the Velocidragon carried the old man over to the 7 corpses. What a waste of time. The old man glanced at the 7 corpses with disdain. He waved his hand and a purple diamond with a dreamy halo flew out from the ashes of the leader's corpse. It really is the D Biro Shadow Diamond. This trip was worth it. The old man appraised the brick in his hand, then laughed loudly. His gaze fell upon Hog, Hillman, and the others. Sensing the old man's gaze, the townspeople all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Their faces were filled with terror. Whose territory is this? The old man put away the D Biro Shadow Diamond and said calmly, Mighty Lord Magus, Wushan Township is my territory. Hearing the old man's question, Hog stepped forward and clasped his hands in a very respectful manner. In this battle, your town lost quite a bit of money. These corpses should have some gold coins on them. Consider them my compensation. Hearing these words, the townspeople all let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed as though this mighty magus of the 8th rank wouldn't kill any more people. But just as they were feeling relieved, the old man suddenly frowned. His gaze fell on Linley. Hey, kid, what's that in your hand? Give it to me. The old man loved to collect rare treasures. When he sensed the strange energy ripples from the coiling dragon ring, he immediately had an idea. Grandpa Magus, I can't give this ring to you. Little Linley gripped the coiling dragon ring with both hands. I've never failed to get anything I want. Hearing Linley's reply, the old man's face changed, and he let out a cold snort. Linley, stop messing around. Hurry up and give the ring to this mighty magus. Hog and Hillman had noticed Linley's coiling dragon ring as well. After hearing Linley's reply, a look of panic appeared on their faces. They hurriedly began to shout. Dad, Uncle Hillman, this ring isn't mine. And Delin lives inside it. What a dawdling little brat. The old man seemed to have grown impatient. With another cold snort, he waved his hand, and a flaming serpent came crashing down from above. Mighty Lord Magus, he's still a child. I'll give the ring to you right now. Seeing the enormous flaming serpent come crashing down from above, Hog's face changed, filled with panic. Even a warrior of the 7th rank wasn't able to withstand a single blow from the flaming serpent. If it really came crashing down, most likely all of the townspeople would be reduced to ash in an instant. But no matter how Hog begged, the old man didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. 100 blade strikes. Hillman leapt into the air, unsheathing the long blade at his waist and chopping viciously towards the flaming serpent. With a piercing sound, a ray of blade energy shot out, sweeping towards the flaming serpent. Bang! But in an instant, the flaming serpent swallowed up the blade energy and smashed Hillman into the ground, creating a deep crater. Lord Hillman! All of the townspeople and children called out. A mere ant. You overestimate yourself. The old man didn't even glance at Hillman, who was lying in the crater. His expression was one of arrogance. Then, the old man controlled the enormous flaming serpent to continue its descent, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. "No, don't." The townspeople's voices were filled with terror. The scorching heat had already caused their skin to begin to bleed. Some of the more cowardly children fell to the ground on their buttocks and began to bawl. Boom! However, just as the enormous flaming serpent was about to swallow Linley, Hogg, and all of the townspeople, a dazzling fist shot out from within the crowd, smashing apart the enormous flaming serpent as easily as smashing rotten wood. Who is it? The enormous flaming serpent had been smashed apart by the fist. The face of the old man on the back of the velocidragon sank. His sinister gaze swept across the crowd as he let out a shout. "Where did that fist come from? Lord Hogg, was it you who saved us?" At the same time, all of the townspeople turned their heads to look around. In the end, all of their gazes fell upon Hogg. "Many thanks to you, Master, for saving our lives. Master, please show yourself." Hogg hurriedly clasped his fists towards the people around him, speaking words of gratitude. "You were able to block one, but let's see if you can block 6 at the same time." The old man waved his robes and let out a cold snort. The 6 enormous flaming serpents in the air swung their savage maws, hissing as they swooped downwards. Everywhere they passed, the air was scorched and distorted, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. Bang! 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 This time, when the 6 enormous flaming serpents were still some distance away from the townspeople, 6 fist shadows suddenly appeared. Just like before, the flaming serpents were destroyed as easily as dried twigs. "So it was you." Seeing the person who had attacked, Hogg frowned. He had actually been standing right next to him. If his memory served him right, this person had been by his side from the very beginning. Could it be that he was the one who saved us? "Hey! Who is he? I don't know him. He's not from our town." To be able to block the dance of the flaming serpents from a magus of the 8th rank, he should be of the 8th rank as well. After confirming that Chu Bei was their savior, the townspeople hurriedly went forward to express their thanks. "Dad, this coiling dragon ring was given to me by him. He even said that he wanted to take me on as his disciple." Chu Bei pointed at Hogg with his little finger as he spoke. "Haha, it seems I was right. This ring really is a treasure." Without waiting for Hogg to speak, the voice of the old man on the back of the velocidragon once more rang out. "Hand over the ring, and I'll spare your lives." The old man's face was gloomy. His cold gaze swept past Linley, finally coming to rest upon Chu Bei. "Idiot." Chu Bei shook his head, a playful look on his face as he looked at the old man, as though he was looking at an idiot. "You're looking for death." Hearing Chu Bei's words, and seeing the playful look in his eyes, the old man's face instantly turned green. "Viro Canna." With a shout filled with murderous intent, the old man began to chant an incantation, his hands moving in a rhythmic pattern. In the next instant, the air around the old man's body began to emit layers of flames, which then coalesced in front of his palms, forming into an enormous fireball with a diameter of 100 meters. "No, no," staring at the sun-like fireball, the townspeople, including Hogg, once more revealed looks of terror on their faces. This is the most powerful fire-style spell of the 8th rank. Hillman's entire body was covered with scorch marks. With great difficulty, he crawled out of the deep pit. But upon seeing the enormous fireball above his head, his heart instantly turned cold. Go to hell! Under the old man's control, the enormous fireball, carrying with it a terrifying amount of fire-style energy, descended. Sensing the energy contained within the fireball, Hogg's face instantly turned extremely ugly. If this 100-meter-wide fireball was allowed to descend, the entire Wushan township would most likely be reduced to rubble in an instant. So this is a magus of the 8th rank. How terrifying! Staring at the increasingly large fireball, all the townspeople's faces turned pale. A magus of the 8th rank is nothing more than an ant, but you think you are invincible. As his voice rang out, Chu Bei's body soared into the air, casually flying towards the enormous fireball. Then, he raised his palm and lightly struck it. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion, Chu Bei's seemingly unremarkable palm suddenly burst forth with a berserk aura of energy. This energy formed a blade of light, and in an instant, the enormous scorching fireball was cut into nothingness. Chapter 506. How could this be? Seeing his most powerful fire-type spell being so easily disintegrated, the old man's haughty expression sank. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his eyes were filled with dread. At this point, if he still didn't know that he had kicked a hardboard, then he really would be an idiot. What shocked him even more was that he couldn't determine whether the opponent was a warrior or a magus. The old man didn't think for too long. After all, regardless of whether the opponent was a warrior or a magus, they were both of the 9th rank. He was no match for them. Rumble. The earth rumbled. The old man immediately ordered the velocidragon beneath his feet to flee in the direction they had come from. You've already made your move, and you still think you can leave safely? However, the velocidragon hadn't even run 100 meters when Chu Bei's disdainful, mocking voice drifted through the air. In the next moment, Chu Bei appeared above the velocidragon's head in a single step, blocking the old man's path. Boom! Chu Bei pointed a finger. Not to mention a magus of the 8th rank, even a warrior of the 8th rank wouldn't be able to withstand Chu Bei's attack. Amidst the sound of an explosion, the old man's body exploded into a cloud of flesh and blood. After witnessing the old man's death, the velocidragon of the 7th rank began to tremble. Then, as if it had gone mad, it charged madly towards the forest of magical beasts. But before it could run far, its body suddenly stiffened, as if it had been bound by an invisible force. Then, as if a terrifying energy had been injected into its limbs, it exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. Dead. That magus of the 8th rank and the velocidragon of the 7th rank are both dead. Haha, we're fine, we're safe. A warrior of the 9th rank, he must be a warrior of the 9th rank. No, he must be a magus of the 9th rank. Hogg, Hillman, and the others stared blankly at the blood-stained ground in the distance. When they came back to their senses, they all revealed excited expressions. Then, they all cupped their fists and thanked Chu Bei, their faces filled with respect. A warrior of the 9th rank, no matter if he was a warrior or a magus, no matter where he was, would receive the respect of the world. So strong. Little Linley stared at Chu Bei with a face full of adoration. Linley, did this lord really say that he would accept you as his disciple? Hogg seemed to have thought of something. He immediately lowered his head to look at Linley, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, Lord Father. Linley nodded heavily. Ha, our Baruch clan has a chance to rise to prominence. Upon receiving Linley's confirmation, Hogg began to laugh heartily, as though his entire body had suddenly relaxed. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the distant eastern sky. Look! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the eastern sky. In his line of sight, high up in the sky, he saw a 100-meter-long black dragon flying over. Its eyes were like huge wheels, and the black dragon scales on its huge body shone with a chilling light. Every time it flapped its huge wings, which had a wingspan of over 100 meters, it would scatter the surrounding white clouds. That's a black dragon. As a member of the Baruch clan, Hogg naturally knew all types of dragons. Black dragons were one of the most powerful magical beasts. Generally speaking, they were magical beasts of the 9th rank. The experts in their clan might even be at the saint level. But of course, regardless of whether it was a magical beast of the 9th rank or a saint level, they were vastly superior to the velocidragon from earlier. First a velocidragon of the 7th rank, then a magus of the 8th rank, and now a black dragon of the 9th rank, and even a saint-level magical beast. Good heavens, what is going on with our little Wushan township today? I'm afraid you've forgotten about our savior. He's also a combatant of the 9th rank. The townsfolk stared at the 100-meter-long black dragon in the eastern sky, their hearts filled with shock. There's someone atop the black dragon's head. Hillman cried out in shock. Looking over, they saw a grey-robed man standing proudly atop the black dragon's head. The wind howled, and the grey-robed man's robes fluttered in the wind. But the grey-robed man stood as straight as a spear, as steady as a boulder in the wind. Swish! A piercing sound could be heard. In front of the grey-robed man and the black dragon, a green-robed middle-aged man came to a halt in mid-air, facing the grey-robed man from afar. On his back, he carried a long sword. His weapon is a sword. He's a warrior who can stand in mid-air. This is the mark of a saint-level combatant. Staring at the green-robed man in mid-air, Hogg, Hillman, and the others all had looks of deep astonishment on their faces. Earlier, in the battle with the magus of the 8th rank, although Chu Bei had also flown in mid-air, he hadn't flown too far or too high. Thus, in the eyes of the others, Chu Bei had merely used the wind-style soaring technique, and could only hover in mid-air for a short period of time. But this green-robed man was different. He was actually standing in mid-air, hundreds of meters in the air. So that means that grey-robed man standing atop the black dragon's head is also a saint-level combatant. Good heavens! 2 saint-level combatants. How many saint-level combatants can there be in the entire kingdom of Funlai? Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between the grey-robed man and the green-robed man, so much so that they completely ignored their savior, Chu Bei. Dylan, hand it over. The grey-robed man stood atop the black dragon's head, glaring angrily at the green-robed man. His cold voice reverberated through the skies, clearly reaching the ears of every single resident of Wushan Township. Ludi, aren't you going too far? You actually want to steal from me? The green-robed man stared coldly at the grey-robed man, his face dark. What? They are the stellar sword Saint Dylan and the saint-level arch-magus Ludi. Upon hearing the names of the green-robed man and the grey-robed man, Hillman and Hogg's faces instantly changed, filled with astonishment. They were puzzled. What were these 2 famous figures fighting over? Dylan, do you think you are a match for me? As Ludi's cold voice rang out, the enormous black dragon beneath his feet suddenly let out a loud roar. Its enormous wings flapped, and a terrifying aura of power emanated outwards. So this is the aura of a dragon? Despite being so far away, Hogg, Hillman, and the other residents could all sense this terrifying aura. All of them began to pant, and their legs began to grow weak. Rumble. Just as everyone was about to faint from the pressure, an enormous barrier of light suddenly appeared around them. With the isolation of this layer of light shield, everyone instantly recovered. It was that Lord who protected us. The residents seemed to realize something, and they once again bowed towards Chu Bei in gratitude. Ludi, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Dylan roared, unsheathing the long sword on his back. A thunderous sword hum reverberated through the skies. Since you refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for what happens next. Ludi narrowed his eyes. As his cold voice rang out, the black dragon beneath his feet suddenly opened its enormous maw, spitting out a stream of black flames towards Dylan. The black flames moved extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they covered Dylan's entire body like smoke. Fight! Dylan's body began to shine with a dazzling jade-green light, blocking the black flames. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. With a ripping sound, a gigantic sword ray that was dozens of meters long cut through the air, viciously chopping towards Ludi. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk high up in the sky, the 2 saint-level combatants were engaged in a fierce battle. All sorts of brilliant lights flashed. The battle continued for an unknown period of time. Finally, PFFF, the stellar sword Saint Dylan was injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Dylan, you'd better hand it over. You can't defeat the world protector that I've summoned. Ludi continued to stand atop the black dragon's head, and behind him floated an enormous earthen giant. Hearing Ludi's words, Dylan's expression became extremely unsightly. Not long after, as if he had made a difficult decision, he harshly said, Ludi, if I can't have it, then neither can you. Hearing this, not only did Ludi's expression change, but even Chu Bei's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Chu Bei seemed to have suddenly remembered something. The playful expression on his face disappeared, and with a single step, he appeared in the middle of Dylan and Ludi's battle. Quick, look. His lordship, he's entered the battle as well. What is he doing? Chu Bei's appearance in the battle instantly became the focus of everyone in Wushan Township. Did you see that? Our benefactor is standing in the air as well. Could it be that our benefactor isn't of the 9th rank, but rather a saint-level combatant like those two? But then again, what is our benefactor's goal in entering the battle at this time? Could it be that he is also fighting over the treasures those two are fighting over? All of the townsfolk began to speculate amongst themselves. Who might you be, sir? Can you tell us your name? Chu Bei's appearance caused both Ludi and Dylan to reveal a hint of wariness on their faces. For him to be able to stand in the air meant that he was also a saint-level combatant. For a saint-level combatant to appear at a time like this, they couldn't help but suspect his motives. You will know who I am in the future. Chu Bei swept Ludi and Dylan with his gaze, then said calmly, his words filled with confidence. Since you won't say, sir, then I won't ask any further. What is your goal, sir? Ludi frowned, then opened his mouth to ask. Chu Bei didn't answer Ludi's question. Instead, he turned to look at Dylan. Is that a shadow-eater rat of the 9th rank in your hands? How did you know? A hint of surprise flashed through Dylan's eyes, and then he let out a cold snort. So you came for it as well. Haha, if I can't have it, then neither can you. Dylan suddenly began to laugh loudly, and then his tightly clenched left hand suddenly began to glow with a jade-green light. Stop. Seeing the jade-green light in Dylan's left hand grow brighter and brighter, Ludi's face changed dramatically. In the next instant, he began to chant an incantation, controlling the earthen giant behind him to fly towards Dylan. You won't be able to stop me. Dylan's eyes were filled with a bloody light, and he seemed to have gone mad. The green light in his left hand grew even more dazzling, and one could vaguely see a black object swelling up in his left hand. Screech! A miserable cry sounded out from Dylan's tightly clenched hand. Chapter 507. Quick, look. That's a rat. Is this real? The Stellar Sword Saint and the Saint-level Archmagus Saint are fighting over a rat. For it to be fought over by two Saint-level combatants, it definitely isn't an ordinary rat. It's a shadow-eater rat. No matter what sort of rat it is, it won't be able to escape death. Seeing the rat in Dylan's hand, Hogg, Hillman, and all the other residents of Wushan Township revealed looks of shock and disbelief. Little fellow, I originally wanted to take care of you, but now, it seems I have no choice but to send you on your way. Dylan glanced at the shadow-eater rat in his hand, then shook his head. A look of determination appeared on his face. Die. As Dylan's cold voice rang out, the green light around his left hand flowed into the shadow-eater rat's body. Rumble. The shadow-eater rat's screams grew more and more miserable, and its body grew larger and larger. Aside from the thick hatred in its eyes, there was also a reluctance to part, as though it was reluctant to part with its child. Tears flowed down its cheeks. It was bidding farewell to this world, to its child. Swish. But just as the shadow-eater rat's body was about to explode, a violet light flashed past Chu Bei's fingertips. Ah! In the next instant, a miserable howl rang out. This was Dylan's miserable cry. As the violet light flashed past, the shadow-eater rat's left hand was severed by the violet light, causing blood to spurt out. As for the severed hand, it immediately fell into Chu Bei's hands. And then, with a wave of his sleeve, Chu Bei caused the violent energy within the shadow-eater rat's body to dissipate. Who are you? Why did you save me? The shadow-eater rat stared at Chu Bei, his face pale. His voice was extremely weak, as though he could die at any moment. Rumble. Without waiting for Chu Bei to answer the shadow-eater rat's question, Rudy's earthen giant changed directions, charging towards Chu Bei from its original target, Dylan. Bang! Chu Bei glanced calmly at the earthen giant, tens of meters tall, his eyes flashing. Then, a bright wave of light surged out and tore through the void. It instantly destroyed the yellow giant. Violent shockwaves swept out, targeting the distant black dragon and Ludi who was on its back. With a dragon's roar, the scales on the surface of the black dragon's body clanged. With a painful roar, the huge figure retreated. From the moment Chu Bei cut off Tyron's left hand to save the shadow-eater rat, to the moment he destroyed the khaki-colored giant and forced Black Dragon and Ludi to retreat, it all happened in a split second. Impossible. Ludi instantly distanced himself from Chu Bei. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. As for the stellar sword Saint Tyron, he was clutching his broken left hand with his right hand. His expression was contorted from the pain, and apart from intense killing intent, there was also fear in his eyes as he looked at Chu Bei. Our benefactor has obtained the Shadow Eater rat. So strong. Sword Sage Tyron's arm was chopped off, and Grand Magus Saint Rudy was repelled. My God, even though they are both saints, how can there be such a huge disparity in strength between them? His lordship is actually able to easily suppress a saint warrior and a Grand Magus saint by himself, but speaking of which, is our benefactor a warrior or a magus? The group of residents stared blankly at the scene in the sky. They all took a deep breath, their eyes filled with astonishment. Hogg and Hillman's gazes were still fixed on the stellar sword Saint Tyron's broken arm. Fresh blood was still flowing out from there. They felt as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, or as if they had been drenched from head to toe in a cold spring. They were at a loss. This lordship of unknown origins was too strong. He was so strong that they didn't dare to believe it. When they thought about how such an unparalleled expert was actually willing to accept Linley as his disciple, Hogg and Hillman exchanged glances. Their brows simultaneously relaxed, and the joy on their faces grew more and more apparent. Could it be that he has already surpassed the Saint realm? That's impossible. During Cowart floated out from the coiling dragon ring in Linley's hand. He glanced at Tyron and Rudy, then at Chu Bei. He mumbled to himself, his expression somewhat dazed. God, you're a god. The stellar sword Saint Tyron stared warily at Chu Bei. His entire body was as tense as a rock. He couldn't help but blurt out this bold thought. His cultivation had already reached the Saint realm, and even among the Saint realm experts, he was considered to be above average. But just now, this person had easily chopped off his arm and snatched the Shadow Eater rat away before he could even react. Rudy was still standing on top of the black dragon head. Although he didn't speak, his heart was as heavy as lead. It was extremely solemn. His opponent's casual attack had directly shattered his most powerful level 10 spell. His thoughts were the same as Tyron's. Perhaps this mysterious person he had never seen before was the fifth god of the continent. God. Chu Bei smiled and glanced at Tyron and Rudy. There are thousands of paths of cultivation. Different paths, different training systems, and different names for realms. The gods you speak of are just slightly more powerful people. What do you mean? Tyron and Rudy frowned. You didn't provoke me. Leave now. If you continue to be stubborn, you can stay here forever. Chu Bei didn't say anything else. His indifferent voice drifted through the air. At the same time, with himself as the center, two extremely powerful auras surged toward Tyron and Rudy. Almost instantly, Tyron and Rudy's expressions changed. Their bodies trembled, and they let out a muffled groan. Let's go. Tyron and Rudy glanced at Chu Bei fearfully once again. Without looking back, they flew into the distance. The stellar sword Saint Tyron and the Saint realm Grand Magus Rudy have both left. Were they scared off by the Lord? The residents looked in the direction that Tyron and Rudy had left in, and they all began to discuss. Unknowingly, Chu Bei had brought the Shadow Eater rats to his side. My lord, did those two just say that you are a god? Hogg looked at Chu Bei with incomparable respect. His voice was somewhat nervous as he probed. If the realm above the saint level in your eyes is God, then you can indeed think of it that way. Chu Bei had some understanding of the different realms of cultivation in Coiling Dragon. As for what realm Coiling Dragon was at when he was at the peak of level 16, the system had yet to give an answer. However, it was definitely far above the saint level. In the Coiling Dragon world's cultivation system, there were two main professions in the Yulon continent. The first was the warrior, and the second was the magus. Both the warrior and the magus were ranked from level 1 to 9. Above level 9 were the saint-level warrior and the saint-level magus. When a warrior or magus stepped into the saint level, their soul and body would simultaneously transform, and they would gain the ability to fly. An early saint-level combatant would have a preliminary understanding of the force of nature. An intermediate saint-level combatant would be able to merge with nature, and their force of nature would reach perfection. A peak saint-level combatant would have a preliminary understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws. A peak saint-level combatant would have a 99% understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws, and would be one step away from completely comprehending a profound mystery. Above the saint level were the so-called gods. The realm of gods encompassed an even wider range. The difference in strength between a lesser god and a lesser god was like the difference between heaven and earth, much less a lesser god, a greater god, and even more powerful existences. What? Benefactor is a god. Good heavens! Didn't they say that there were only 4 gods on the continent? Could it be that Benefactor is the 5th god? Upon hearing Chubei's words, the residents immediately rushed forward and bowed respectfully towards Chubei. Even the children's eyes were filled with reverence. "My lord, I heard from Linley that you wished to take him as your disciple." Hogg looked at Chubei with incomparable eagerness, a hint of nervousness on his face, as though he was afraid that Chubei would shake his head. "That's right. Your eldest son and I are connected by destiny. I do indeed wish to take him as my personal disciple. Only, it seems as though he isn't too willing." Chubei chuckled. Folding his arms across his chest, he looked at Linley with amusement. "My lord, you really know how to joke. For you to be able to take Linley as your disciple is a blessing accumulated by the ancestors of our Baruch clan. How could this stinking kid not be willing?" Hogg hurriedly clasped his fists towards Chubei, then looked at Linley and barked, "Hurry up and pay your respects to your master." Linley was startled at first, but then he thought back to how powerful Chubei had been. Taking a deep breath, with a thud, he knelt down heavily on the ground. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow. To become my disciple, you need to go through a short ceremony." As he spoke, Chubei waved his right hand, and a surrogate ring appeared in his palm. "Disciple, drip a drop of blood into the ring." "Yes, master." Linley glanced at the surrogate ring, then bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the ring. The host has successfully signed a first-class surrogate contract with Linley. Level 17 Merchandise Authority has been activated 15%. First-class surrogate gift package has been issued. After signing the contract, the system's voice rang out in Chubei's mind. "Linley, since you have already addressed me as master, then I will give you a gift for becoming my disciple." Chubei opened the surrogate gift package, which contained a sparkling, translucent pill. "Smells so good." Linley accepted the pill, sniffed it, and then, after exchanging a glance with Chubei, popped it into his mouth. "Master, what did you give your disciple to eat? I seem to be in control of some sort of miraculous energy." Linley stretched his body, his eyes wide, his little face filled with excitement. After speaking, Linley's divine will moved. A short while later. "Little Linley, how did he become like this? What's going on? Good heavens! Did young Master Linley turn from a human into a magical beast? Can it be that it's because he ate that pill? Young Master Linley, are you all right?" Right at this moment, a group of residents began to cry out in alarm. All of them crowded around little Linley. Right now, Linley's body was many times larger than before, and his body was covered by a layer of hazy light. At a closer look, he was no longer a human, but a creature whose entire body was covered with golden scales. As for what kind of magical beast he was, there was no way to tell. Chapter 508. "Lord, what's wrong with Linley?" Hogg immediately looked towards Chubei, his face filled with worry. "Lord Father, your child is fine. Don't worry. Your child's body is filled with energy." Without waiting for Chubei to speak, Linley's voice rang out from within the sphere of light. In the next instant, with a massive boom, the sphere of light exploded, followed by a resonant dragon's roar. This is a dragon." Staring at the 5-clawed golden dragon flying in the air, all of the residents of Wushan Township cried out in shock. Everyone, including Hogg and Hillman, was stunned. That dragon couldn't have been young Master Linley's transformation, could it? How miraculous. The Dragon Clan is the royal clan of the magical beast. But why haven't I seen young Master Linley's transformation before? He actually has 4 pairs of dragon horns, and a crown. Just as the residents were wondering, Hog's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Dragon form. Someone from the Baruch clan has finally transformed into a dragon. Hog's eyes began to moisten. Staring at the 5-clawed golden dragon in the air, he murmured to himself, tears of joy rolling down his cheeks. Because the Baruch clan had different levels of bloodline density, when transforming into a dragonblood warrior, there were generally 3 different forms. The first form was that the appearance didn't change at all, but the strength of the body increased slightly. The second form was that parts of the body would grow dragon scales, greatly increasing the strength of the body. The third form was that one would completely transform into a dragon, increasing the strength of the body to a terrifying degree. One would be able to kill enemies at a higher level. Before the chaos had begun, he had used the dragonblood needle to test Linley's bloodline density. Linley's bloodline didn't meet the requirements for transforming into a dragonblood warrior at all. But unexpectedly, the appearance of this mysterious lord not only allowed Linley to transform into a dragonblood warrior, he also transformed into the most powerful dragonblood warrior form. The only strange thing was that this dragon form was very different from the winged dragon which the ancestors of the Baruch clan had transformed into. Young Master Linley, did you just become stronger? Quick, let us all take a look. The residents all had curious looks on their faces. All right. Linley, in the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon, nodded, then flew to an enormous boulder that was nearly 10 meters tall, smashing down with his claws. Rumble. With a boom, the boulder exploded, filling the air with rubble. So strong. Staring at the countless fragments of the mountain, the residents of Wushan Township were all stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Uncles, this is the power I have now. Linley swung his draconic tail, his words filled with excitement. My lord, what sort of miraculous pill did you give Linley? That claw of his just now is at least from a 3rd-grade warrior. Hog stared at Linley in a daze, his face petrified. After regaining his composure, he said, My lord, do you have any more of these divine pills? It is actually capable of allowing the members of our Baruch clan to transform into the 3rd level of Dragonblood warrior. What? So Lord Hog's family is a Dragonblood warrior. Are they the legendary 4 supreme warriors? Hearing Hog's words, the faces of the residents of Wushan Township changed dramatically. Clearly, they hadn't heard of the history of the Baruch clan. Chu Bei glanced indifferently at Hog and said in an incomparably calm voice, What you see is not some dragonblood warrior, but the inheritance that I have given to my disciple, the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon's inheritance. Hearing this, Hog, Hillman, and the others all stared at Chu Bei in confusion. But Chu Bei didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Linley. Disciple, focus on attuning to the power that I, as your master, have bestowed upon you. Once you have fully developed this power, you will be the most powerful person in the world. With a draconic roar, the 5-clawed golden dragon transformed back into Linley's appearance. He once more knelt down in front of Chu Bei, his face filled with excitement. Your disciple thanks you, master, for your inheritance. In the future, I will definitely work hard on training in the power of the ancestral dragon. Linley, congratulations on having such a powerful master. The group of children all looked at Linley enviously. Master, just now, what did you snatch from them? Linley seemed to have thought of something. Raising his head, he looked curiously at Chu Bei. A shadow mouse of the 9th rank. Chu Bei opened his palm, and there was a little mouse lying in his palm. It had already lost its consciousness. As Chu Bei's palm began to glow with divine light, strands of light entered the shadow mouse body. Slowly, the shadow mouse aura began to grow stronger. My child, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank opened his eyes. A weak voice came out of his mouth, and a frantic look was on his face. He even forgot to thank Chu Bei. With a swish sound, he pierced through the air, flying towards Baruch's manor. Master, why is he going to our place? Staring in the direction the shadow mouse had flown, Linley's eyes widened. Let's go. His child is going to be your future little companion. Chu Bei had a hint of a smile on his face. Little companion? Linley's frown deepened. But just as Linley's words came out of his mouth, an invisible force lifted him, Hogg, Wharton, Hillman, and the others into the air. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of an old room within Baruch's manor. That's, Linley, Hogg, and the others followed Chu Bei into the room. All of them were stunned, staring at the corner of the room. Right now, the shadow mouse from before was licking a newborn mouse that was still struggling to open its eyes. Master, is that her child? Linley looked at Chu Bei. For some reason, aside from sensing a strong sense of motherly love from this shadow mouse of the 9th rank, Linley also felt a sense of determination, as though this mouse was bidding farewell to its child. Instantly, a strange sense of grief filled his heart. Benefactor, thank you for saving my life. The shadow mouse of the 9th rank held the newborn mouse in its mouth as it walked over to Chu Bei. Those two killed my husband. I must avenge him. Please take my poor child in. As his desolate words came out, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly to Chu Bei, his eyes filled with pleading. Based on your power, do you think you'll be able to kill 2 saint-level experts? Chu Bei glanced calmly at the shadow mouse of the 9th rank, then said, How long has it been since your husband died? 2 hours. The shadow mouse of the 9th rank took a deep breath. His words were filled with killing intent, as though he wanted nothing more than to rip out Tyron and Rudy and drink their blood. Take me to the place where your husband died. Chu Bei's words were calm. Benefactor, you, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank had a puzzled look on his face, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Lead the way. You'll know soon enough. Chu Bei clasped his hands behind his back, not saying anything else. All right. Although the shadow mouse of the 9th rank didn't understand what Chu Bei was planning, he knew that Chu Bei was his benefactor, and that he was going to entrust his child to him. After a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the direction of the magical beast forest. Roughly 30 kilometers away from Wushan Township, in the air above the magical beast forest. The shadow mouse of the 9th rank, Hogg, Hillman, and During Cowart all floated out from the ring. All of them had looks of confusion on their faces, but all of them were focused in front of them. Chu Bei hovered in the air, scanning the area with his gaze, then slowly closed his eyes. Rumble. After a moment of silence, Chu Bei suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped outwards with a finger. In the next instant, the illusory image of a 30,000-meter-long, 5-clawed golden dragon appeared at the tip of his finger. Its appearance was identical to the divine dragon that Linley had transformed into, but in terms of aura, it was trillions of times more powerful than Linley's. Under the gazes of everyone present, the golden dragon in front of Chu Bei suddenly opened its enormous maw towards the heavens. Instantly, the skies changed color. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, the originally clear sky in the distant sky was instantly enveloped by dark clouds. Soon, the entire magical beast forest was covered by those dark clouds, giving off a sinister, terrifying feeling, as though they were in the depths of hell. The wild beasts of the forest all prostrated themselves on the ground, staring up at the heavens in terror, trembling. This was an instinctive fear, as though their emperor was descending upon the world. Boom! The illusory divine dragon swung its tail, and the sound of thunder filled the heavens. Lightning was used for killing, and life and death accompanied each other. It could extinguish souls, but it could also summon souls. In the plane of shrouded heaven, he had used the power of lightning to revive Fairy Rosy Cloud. What level is this person at? He's actually able to affect the weather all by himself. During Gwart stared dazedly at Chu Bei's back, a look of shock on his face. Lord Father, quick, look. It's raining. Linley pointed towards the skies. No, this isn't rain. When have you ever seen rain shine? This is simply lightning. Hogg took a deep breath. Staring at the raindrops of lightning all around him, he sucked in a cold breath. It really is lightning. His lordship truly is incredible. What is he planning to do? Hillman's face was filled with amazement as well. He stared blankly at Chu Bei in midair. Lord Father, These lightning droplets don't seem to have much power. When they hit my body, they really are like raindrops. Linley stretched out his hand, allowing the lightning droplets to strike him. Not only are they harmless, they are extremely beneficial to my training. I tried to absorb these lightning droplets into my body, and all the cells in my body actually began to expand. My level of insight, which has been stagnant for so many years, is actually showing signs of breaking through. Hillman's voice was filled with excitement. Duering Cowart and the Shadow Mouse of the 9th rank were silent, but their gazes were fixed on the strange phenomenon in the skies. Frowning slightly, they seemed to be pondering something. Thud, thud, thud. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from afar. From afar, multiple figures could be seen riding on flying beasts. Who is that person? What is he doing? He's standing in mid-air. He's a saint-level combatant. What's going on with these rain droplets? They're actually glowing. And, it seems as though there's some sort of miraculous power hidden within them. One group after another gathered. Amongst them were armored soldiers of the Empire wielding greatswords, disciples of various sects who had come out for training, and merchants who had taken a shortcut. Obviously, no matter which group of people it was, they were all attracted by the commotion caused by Chu Bei. Amongst these people, the most powerful were warriors or magi of the 8th rank, while the weakest were at least of the 2nd or 3rd rank. Good heavens! Could it be that he's the one who caused this strange phenomenon? Why is it that I've never seen or heard of a saint-level combatant like him? The people who had arrived all had looks of astonishment on their faces. Staring at the rolling thunder in the skies, and then at Chu Bei, who was standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, they all gulped. This sort of thing simply couldn't be man-made. Those people are from the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, and the soldiers of the Kingdom of Funlai. Hillman quickly recognized the 3 groups of people who had arrived. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Soul return. Suddenly, under the watchful gazes of thousands of people, Chu Bei's hands began to dance in a rhythmic pattern. And then, 2 heavy syllables rang out in the skies like thunder. Hearing these words, during Cowart, Hillman, Hogg, and everyone else trembled. Staring at the skies, they didn't even blink. In particular, the Shadow Mouse of the 9th rank seemed to have guessed something. He clenched his paws, and his expression suddenly changed. He was incomparably nervous. Chapter 509. Is this saint-level combatant summoning a soul? Crazy. He can't be reviving a dead person, can he? How is that possible? I've never heard of anyone who can do that. Right, a dead person is dead. How can he be revived? That's right. Even our Lord Pope doesn't have this ability, much less him. After the surrounding spectators recovered from their shock, they all began to discuss amongst themselves. Some of their words were even filled with mockery. Could it be that Master is trying to revive that dead Stoniator rat of the 9th rank? Little Linley seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, his face filled with astonishment. Chu Bei ignored the crowd. His hands continued to wave in an orderly manner. Gradually, with his body as the center, the spiritual energy in the air began to surge violently. Rumble. Another earth-shattering explosion. Within the dark clouds, the originally slowly descending lightning droplets suddenly began to pour down like a downpour. Amidst the dense crackling of electricity, the spiritual energy in the air above the magical beast forest became hundreds of times denser. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a large number of blue runes appeared within the rain-like lightning droplets. These runes gathered together, as if carrying some sort of mystical power, and began to emit a resplendent light. Buzz! Buzz! Amidst the strange rumbling sounds, countless specks of light, different from the lightning droplets, began to gather from all directions until they formed into the shape of a rat. Damn, what is that thing? It's not a human, it's a rat. Oh, no, it's a rat's soul. Could it be that this mysterious saint-level combatant isn't reviving a human, but a rat? I knew it. Even the Lord Pope doesn't have the ability to revive a dead person. How could he possibly do it? He's just reviving a rat. What do you know? Even if he's reviving a rat, he's reviving a life. This kind of ability is already extremely heaven-defying, alright? No, this rat isn't normal. It's a stoniator rat, and judging from the ripples of its soul, it should have been more powerful than me when it was alive. It's a stoniator rat of the 9th rank. What? A magical beast of the 9th rank? Impossible. This is much harder than reviving a normal person. Looking at the rat's soul that had taken shape in the sky, the crowd of onlookers first let out sighs of laughter. However, when they heard the words of an 8th grade warrior and confirmed that it was a 9th grade stoniator rat, their expressions changed abruptly, as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were filled with shock. "My lord, he really resurrected it." Hogg and Hillman looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Before this, they had never dared to imagine that there was someone in this world who could revive the dead. But now, they were witnessing this scene with their own eyes. Moreover, it was a powerful magical beast of the 9th rank that had been resurrected. When I become stronger in the future, will I be able to do the same? Little Linley stared at the skies, a strange look in his eyes, as though he was looking forward to the future. Husband, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank was trembling. When he saw that familiar figure in the distance, he was stunned for a moment, but when he regained his composure, tears began to fall from his eyes. 4 hours ago, they were waiting quietly at home, waiting for the arrival of the baby. But who would have imagined that before the baby was even born, a calamity would befall them? 2 saint-level combatants actually wanted to forcibly take them as magical beasts. As proud rat kings, they naturally wouldn't agree, whether it was a shadow mouse of the 9th rank or a stoniator rat of the 9th rank. A fierce battle had begun, but in reality, it was a one-sided battle. No matter how powerful these 2 magical beasts were, they definitely weren't a match for 2 saint-level combatants. What's more, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank was pregnant. In the end, the stoniator rat of the 9th rank, relying on its powerful defense, was able to tie down the 2 saint-level combatants, giving the shadow mouse enough time to flee. For the sake of the child in her womb, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank had no choice but to leave with tears in his eyes. Next, at Baruch's manor, the child in her womb was born prematurely. However, when she rushed back to the battlefield, all she heard was a loud explosion. Her husband had exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. Afterwards, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank charged towards the 2 saint-level combatants, filled with murderous intent. In the end, it was captured alive by the stellar sword saint, Di Long. Right now, atop the giant boulder, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank was calling out the 2 words husband non-stop. Its little body was trembling, but at the same time, one could hear the joy in its voice. Its gaze towards Chu Bei was filled with indescribable gratitude. Condense. Chu Bei still didn't pay any attention to the chatter of the people below. A single word rang out from his mouth, shaking the heavens. As Chu Bei's fingertip sent a ray of divine light into the stoniator rat's soul, the countless bolts of lightning in the sky began to flow towards the soul, slowly seeping into it. In just a few seconds, the stoniator rat's soul began to solidify. Its flesh and blood began to take shape, and its faintly discernible aura began to slowly grow stronger. Rumble. Yet another low, muffled sound. The stoniator rat's body had completely solidified, and it had completely fused with the soul. First the soul, then the body. It has truly come back to life. It's no different from us. Sensing the vitality of the stoniator rat, everyone was stupefied. I didn't die. The revived stoniator rat was clearly in a daze. Its empty eyes scanned the surroundings, and when its gaze fell upon the shadow mouse of the 9th rank, a look of intense joy appeared in its eyes. Husband, you really did come back to life. This is wonderful. The shadow mouse of the 9th rank found it hard to remain calm. His voice was filled with excitement, and with a swish sound, he left behind a series of after-images as he instantly appeared in front of the stoniator rat. Child. How is our child? Seeing the shadow mouse, the stoniator rat seemed to realize something, and it immediately asked. He's fine. Our child is fine. After speaking, The shadow mouse of the 9th rank led the stoniator rat in kowtowing towards Chu Bei. "My lord, we are unable to repay the great kindness you have shown our entire family. If you don't mind, our entire family will follow you in life and death. I just did it in passing. In addition, your child is destined to be with me. Let him stay by my disciple's side and grow up together." Chu Bei looked calmly at the 2 rats as he spoke. "As you wish, senior." The shadow mouse of the 9th rank said with incomparable respect, "My lord, my child doesn't have a name yet. You are the benefactor of our entire family. Please bestow him a name. Let's call him Bibi." Chu Bei said without hesitation. "My lord, I am Nick Dabo of the Radiant Church, a lightstyle magus of the 8th rank. On behalf of the Radiant Church, I would like to invite you for a chat. My lord, I am Oxus of the Cult of Shadows, a darkness-style magus of the 8th rank. On behalf of the Cult of Shadows, I would like to invite you as a guest. My lord, I am the commander of the First Army of the Kingdom of Funlai, a warrior of the 8th rank. Would you have the time?" Just as Chu Bei and the 2 rats landed next to him, the leaders of the Radiant Church, the Cult of Shadows, and the Kingdom of Funlai's army all stepped forward and extended their invitations. Naturally, the people of the other powers wanted to befriend him as well. But because of the previous 3 powers, they could only watch from afar. "My lord, if you can even bring a dead person back to life, you must be able to create a new body for me, freeing me." During Cowart stared at Chu Bei, extremely excited. His eyes were filled with eagerness, and he didn't look at all like someone who had lived for 5,000 years. "Of course I am able to do that." Chu Bei looked at During Cowart. Laughing, he said, "But I won't help you. Just stay by Linley's side and wait for him to grow. Then, he will come to help you." "My lord, you truly have a good plan." During Cowart sighed. He naturally understood what Chu Bei was trying to do. Chu Bei wanted him to stay by Linley's side and protect him. Rumble, just as the people of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were once again extending their invitations to Chu Bei, an enormous black sickle suddenly emerged from the dark clouds above them. It was unknown where this sickle had come from, but it instantly pierced through the air and hovered there, emanating a terrifying, soul-shaking aura. "Quick, look. What is that?" The appearance of the black sickle instantly attracted everyone's attention. When they felt the aura it released, a sense of inexplicable fear welled up in their hearts. It gave people the feeling that it came from an ominous place, and it carried a curse. "It is dead, and its soul has entered the underworld. But you have summoned it back, which is against the rules. You should be punished." Just as everyone was talking, a very low voice came from the distant sky. This voice seemed to come from the 9 nether abyss. It made people's hearts turn cold. "Underworld? What is that place? Could it be that that's where we'll go after we die? Who is the speaker? He is there again. Is he a living person or a dead person?" Hearing the cold voice that suddenly sounded, everyone was terrified. They all stared at the black sickle in the sky, trying to find the owner behind it. Chapter 510. The Netherworld. Can it be the higher planes? Within the coiling dragon ring, During Cowart seemed to know something, and his face changed. "Darling has already come back to life. Nobody can take him away." The shadow mouse of the 9th rank raised his head to look at the black sickle, his voice filled with determination. Clang. No more sounds came from the skies, but that enormous black sickle moved. It tore through the air, instantly appearing above the heads of the shadow mouse and the stoniator rat. Don't harm darling." The shadow mouse of the 9th rank howled. But just as the spiritual energy in his body was preparing to resist, the black sickle trembled, and a ray of black light poured down, suppressing him and preventing him from moving. Right at this moment, the tip of the black sickle pointed directly at the stoniator rat of the 9th rank. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the sickle, the stoniator rat's face was filled with helplessness. In the face of absolute power, there was no way it could fight back at all. "Ally, take care of Bibi." The stoniator rat of the 9th rank glanced at the shadow mouse one last time, then glanced at the black sickle above its head. Slowly, It closed its eyes, as though it was welcoming something. "Milord, I beg you. I beg you, please save darling." At this moment, the shadow mouse of the 9th rank seemed to have thought of something, and he hurriedly begged Chubei, his voice hoarse. Clang! Just as the sickle was about to land on the stoniator rat's body, a fist appeared out of nowhere, sweeping outwards. With a metallic clang, the black sickle was shattered into countless fragments by the fist, finally dissipating in the air above the stoniator rat's head. And then, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the shadow mouse of the 9th rank disappeared. Thank you, milord," the shadow mouse of the 9th rank once more thanked Chubei. He knew that it must have been him who had intervened. Aside from him, there was no one else who could have done this. "Who are you?" The black sickle shattered, and in the distant skies, an enormous black hole appeared. From within the hole, that same low voice once more rang out. Immediately afterwards, a figure whose entire body was covered in black mist slowly walked out. Standing in the air, why is there another saint-level expert? Can it be that he came from the netherworld? Is he alive or dead? When I return, I must report this matter to the Pope immediately. Looking at the figure shrouded in black fog that was already facing Chubei in the sky, the crowd of spectators sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions becoming more and more shocked. A mere underworld emissary. Not to mention you, even if the Death Sovereign were to come personally, he would not be able to take her away from me. Chubei looked calmly at the figure wrapped in black fog. His eyes were filled with contempt, as if he did not care about the other party at all. "How dare you?" Hearing Chubei's words, the underworld messenger immediately shouted. In the next moment, tens of thousands of crows formed out of thin air in front of him. They flapped their wings and charged towards Chubei with the aura of death. However, these densely packed nether crows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth did not even get close to Chubei. It was as if they were hit by a terrifying invisible force, and with a boom, they directly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the underworld messenger's eyes that were shrouded in black fog shot out 2 rays of bloody light and landed on Chubei's body. After frowning, he crossed his hands and waved them around. Swoosh! Following the underworld messenger's loud shout, the sky above the entire magical beast mountain range suddenly changed. The originally dark sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, and now there was a new blood-red light that made people's hearts palpitate. Is this really a saint-level expert's ability? The spectators from the Light Church, the Cult of Darkness, and other forces were shocked as they looked at the sky in a daze. Just as the blood-red light filled the sky, a huge giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall condensed in front of the underworld messenger. This giant was also shrouded in black fog, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. In his hand was a blood-red giant axe. Roar! A loud roar that seemed to come from ancient times came from the mouth of the giant summoned by the underworld messenger, and it reverberated in the sky. The terrifying sound waves reverberated in the mountains, and the forest trees were shaken to the point of shattering. It was like a starving primeval beast, and its roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality, and it was filled with endless destruction and slaughter. It was as if the source of this roar represented the most terrifying disaster in the world. The black giant roared again, and its body moved. 2 rays of red light shot out from its eyes, and after coldly sweeping across the spectators below, it finally stopped on Chubei's body. Sounds of friction rang out from its body, and a violent and terrifying aura spread out. Even the Pope would not be able to win against this big guy. Feeling the terrifying aura released by the black fog giant, not only the people from the Light Church, but all the spectators below, including the 2 level 9 mice, were shocked. Rumble, the black fog giant walked in the air, and everywhere it passed by, the void was distorted. In the blink of an eye, its incomparably huge body had already appeared in front of Chubei. Swish! The black fog giant swung the blood-red axe in its hand, and at the moment it chopped down, the blood-red light above the magical beast forest surged at the same time, and poured into the axe blade. No one had ever dared to refuse their requests. But the person in front of them didn't even give them a chance to finish speaking. If they hadn't personally witnessed this person's power, they probably would have flown into a rage on the spot. Let's go back to the Radiant Church. The leaders of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows simultaneously gave the order, then quickly left. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.